O Yahweh, open up you my lips, and let my mouth show forth your praise. Kuma, Yahweh, Wayaputsu o Yaveka, Wayanusa Misanecha Mipaniacha. Kuma, Yahweh, Wayaputsu o Yaveka, Wayanusa Misanecha Mipaniacha. Arise up you, O Yahweh. Let your enemies be scattered, and let those that hate thee flee from before thee. Let all of Yasharah, Yisrael, who love, worship, and praise Yahweh, give him thanks by saying Hallelujah.
Maybe I have to switch over to this function. Testing. Just let me know if you can hear me. Oh, yeah, that's what I have to do. So I have to put myself on stage here. All right, Shalom family. I'm going to turn off this background audio. Welcome to Into All Truth. May the Ruach HaKodesh lead you into all truth and show you things to come. I pray the seed of the word will be planted in your heart in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach. I'm just decided to do this series on the Empire of the Four Kingdoms. Welcome, Jennifer Black. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just figuring out StreamYard again. You know, I don't come on here very often. And I'm quite the techie, but I'm not at the same time. So I always forget how to use stuff. But welcome, fam, welcome. So I'm just going to run a series here, family, on Esau, which is actually on my channel, because I'm going to do a follow-up on the four beasts, because a lot more has come to me. And so I'm going to clarify who the dragon is, the beast. But the reason why I'm going to show you guys this series is just for a catch-up, a re-education, and for new people. And again, these very videos are also available currently on my site. But I'm doing this so that you can just, you know, get the first course and the second course. Shalom, Frederick Prince. On this history, you know, I'm always talking about the shift from the Byzantine Empire, from Israel to the Byzantine Empire, the Constantine's Empire, the Holy Roman Empire, Prester John's Empire, the Tartarian Empire. Shalom, Beverly Jackson. How do all these things tie together? And of course, the key to all of this is Esau. And so I'm going to run you guys through a bit of the history. Now, I've updated quite a bit of this. So, you know, these videos are from a couple of years ago, but they're still very informative about Prester John. And we also see, you know, the Holy Roman Empire, all of it run by the Black Edomites, the Assyrians, I say, because they're of Mount Seir and they're of Esau at the same time, Assyrians. So I think that's how we need to think of the Assyrians. They've been mythologized into this remnant of one of the sons of Shem, but I think the Assyrians are truly Esau plus Mount Seir. So let's get into this series just to catch you up. I'm going to keep my eye on the chat and I'm going to go through questions. I may jump in and comment here and there if I've changed something, but this is something that we all need to have in mind. It helps us to really understand the beast system. and the four beasts, because when I was doing my four beasts series, I was kind of giving you guys the conventional doctrinal definition of the four beasts. But actually, a Gentile teacher, one of the few Gentile teachers I listen to, he's an elderly gentleman. He was doing a teaching on it, and I was like, oh shoot, yeah, this is what it is. This is why I kept seeing the ram with two horns, and I could never forget the goat that crosses the sea and then comes Alexander the Great and takes over Israel, basically, in the whole world. And so I was like, I need that connecting bit, and that is in Daniel. So I'm going to do another video on the four beasts and the four angels that rise up from the sea, the final one. And I'm going to take into account how Babylon was invaded in the past and how it's going to be invaded and defeated again. It's already happening. And so, but I need you guys to get this backstory. So I'm going to run these videos. Please like and share, family, because I'm the queen of the shadow ban. But yet these devils also need me for prophecy, I guess. I don't know. But I don't know why they still have me up here. But I'm here, so it's got to be Yah's doing. So let's get into this series. It's going to be about 3 videos. Do your housework, put it on the big screen, and we may do some questions between each one. And so I'm going to be here live, but I'm working on the presentation while this is streaming, because I thought I need to re-educate myself on this history. And of course, I'm always covering it anyway. And my perspective is very different now on the Kibber Nagast than it was, you'll see in these videos, because I kind of am like, I just don't believe in their perspective that their Solomon was the true son of Solomon. But anyway, let's get into it. I'm not going to talk anymore, and I'm just going to play this. So I'm going to put this on screen and remove myself. And just a thumbs up, family, if you can hear this. I pray that as you listen to this study, that the Ruach HaKodesh will lead you into all truth and show you things to come. Baruch atah kulam, in the name of Yahusha HaMashiach.
Stolen identity, a lock without a key. We've been the butt of the joke throughout history. Yasharel, no thyself 12 tribes.
We continue the shift from Jacob to Esau, Negro to Blanco. This is Esau's Christ, Prester John, the Tartarian Khan. Because Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob the beginning of it that follows. Rise of Septimus Severus and the fourth man. The rise of the 7 nations. Now, please remember, Israel, you are kings and priests in Yahusha HaMashiach, and so you must search out these things to see if they be true. But first of all, you consult the Ruach HaKodesh and say, what saith the Spirit of Yah? Because I am just ciphering this now. So a lot of it is theory, and then I am holding it up to the plumb line in the measure, which is the word. Imagine a utopia of the fallen. Imagine that when Esau finally broke the yoke of Israel and Jacob off of his neck, he raised himself up as a false Christ, Esau's Christ. Imagine a king situated in the West with all the elites of Greece and Rome and Ham for around 500 years, being served by the 10 tribes of Israel, whose kingdom encompasses the whole earth. He visits this land whom all the kings of the earth are sworn to secrecy to keep hidden. It is Egypt, the west, where the new Babylon and fourth kingdom will be set up for the future, once everyone has forgotten who Israel is and where the West is, and all of the technologies and understanding of the children of the light, the children of Ur of the Chaldees, the children of Israel. It is near the realm of Eden, but also encompassing the whole earth. Prester John and the kings of Edom rule as kings and priests of the earth, while the prince of darkness rules as Prester John, Quetzalcoatl, the king of the desert. He visits his realm in ships, not just seafaring, but airships. It is the age of enlightenment, and he is the prince of the power of the air. This is a realm where he also brings technology, Ashtaroth poles that light and power the whole earth. This is his 1,000-year reign as Christ, since the destruction of the temple. And this is his helmet of salvation, by which he communicates his will to all who worship him through the air, as the prince of the power of the air, and the ruler of the overspreading sea, the abomination of desolation. It is Satan, Esau, and the 7 nations' time of rest from Israel and the daily offering. It is the time of Jacob's trouble. Prester John, the Tartarian Khan, who is Esau's Christ. Revelation 12. And there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon his head. And his tail drew the 3rd part of the stars of heaven, and did cast them to the earth. Here is the mind which has wisdom. The 7 heads are the 7 mountains upon which the woman sits. And this is Septimus Severus Lucius. Now we remember, as I've said before, there was the slaughter of the 7 kings in Genesis 14 when Abraham defeats the 7 nations of the seed of Cain. And in Genesis 34:1, also the 7 nations slaughter by Simeon, Levi, and Judah to avenge Dinah, the woman. And now remember, the woman always symbolizes Israel. And so here are the 7 stars, which are in the Big Dipper, who give the sign for the seasons, and they are the sign of the 4 corners of the earth. And the angel Uriel, who is suspected to be Yahusha, the Mashiach, rules these 7 stars and all the stars of heaven. And the angel of Yahuwah is the angel over Israel. So when Israel is severed from this realm, they're severed from the protection of the angel of Yahuwah. So this is an image of Lucius, as in Lucifer, Septimus Severus. In other words, of the 7 nations that sever the 10 tribes from the 7 spirits of Yah, embodied, as I've shown you before, in the 7 sisters, or the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, and their land. Lucius Septimus Severus, and Lucius is often associated with the Christ, was born in Libya. This is him, young man and middle-aged, and he was born in the Roman province of Africa, in Leptis Magna. He lived to be about 60, ruling from 193 to 211. And there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon, red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 crowns upon his head. So these are the 10 nations who are ruled by the 7 nations. And here is the mind which has wisdom. The 7 heads are the 7 mountains upon which the woman sits. So who is the woman? The woman is Babylon, and it is North America. The dragon described is not an actual beast, but a nation of people, is what is said in Daniel, specifically the nation of Edom, Esau, that will claim ruling power over various parts of the world stemming from European countries. And what the scripture says is that the tail of the dragon, so Esau is the dragon of the 7 nations wearing 7 crowns, right? And his tail drew the 3rd part of the stars from heaven and did cast them to the earth. So if you watch my 1/3 remnant already saved, this is the time of Jacob's trouble. And there's only 1/3 of Israel left. And Lucifer makes war with her as she runs in the time of Jacob's trouble. And the 7 nations are also raised up from their status as being the dwellers of the underworld, the tail. Now what is below is above. He defeated a king Niger in 194 at the Battle of Esau in Cilicia. Okay, so he's defeating kings in Africa. And Severus Albinus he defeated in the Battle of Gaul. So he's defeating Jacob and he's defeating Japheth in Gaul. After consolidating his rule over the western provinces, Severus waged another brief, more successful war in the east against the Persian Empire, sacking their capital and expanding the eastern frontier to Tigris. So this was the empire that was ruled by the Medo-Persians. He took that. He's kind of a Alexander the Great, and they've hidden a lot of this history, and the timeline is not quite, I think, what we know it to be. He enlarged and fortified Limes Arabacus, so Arabia in Petra, and he campaigned in Africa and Mauritania. Okay, so he took North Africa. And expanding the Limes Tripolitis along the southern desert of the empire. So Tripoli, right? This is that song that talks about the victory over Tripoli. Severus traveled to Britain in 208, and he invaded Caledonia, modern Scotland, with an army of 50 men, but his ambitions were cut short when he fell fatally ill of an infectious disease and died in early 211. Eboracum, or York, or England, so Angel Land, or Yarok, Moonland, which was previously Heboracum, so Eboracum, land of the 10 tribes, and Eber was succeeded by his sons. He was succeeded by his sons who took it over, and they were advised by their mother and his powerful wife, Julia Domna, thus founding the Severan dynasty. So sever means to cut. So he severed Israel from their lands by practically ruling the world. Okay, taking over the world. And this seems to be a kind of Alexander the Great. And for all we know, it could be. And so he took the 10 tribes captive, some scattered into Ethiopia, some were taken, if you watch my other 2 videos on Africa, up into Tartaria, while others went across the waters into the west and hid out there for a season. So this is Esau's Christ. So Aleph, Shin, Aleph, Bayet, Aleph means Ashaba. Aish or Ish is wife. And it's almost as though, this is my theory now, this is the time when Esau is married to the bride of Israel. This is his Shabbat. And as the son of Hasatan, the father their father is the devil, it's his rest also, and the rest of the 7 nations, their Shabbat. Ha-Satan's 1,260-year reign. Aish can also mean fire, so it can also mean the Shabbat on fire. One of the interesting things that is discussed during all of the uproar and upheaval that goes on as Israel is being judged after the fall of the temple, because the fall of the temple is the beginning of the end. When we read through Luke and we read through Matthew, the fall of the temple is the beginning of the end of the world for the Israelites, and then by extension for the rest of the world. So it's the end of the eon, the end of their age. Okay? So one of the churches that becomes very active is the Church of Esau. Now, a lot of people will attempt to use this to try to confuse people into thinking that Esau is Jesus. And yeah, as Yahusha said, as our Savior said, he said, another Christ you will accept, but me you will not accept. So Esau is the other Christ. This is the Egyptian Babylonian Christ. Okay, so here's a book on Irish wisdom. Now, please go and check out my last video on Africa and the Northern Kingdom, because it talks about the whole connection of the Northern Kingdom being in Ireland. Okay, and that really being where Ur of the Chaldees was, and that connects to Ur, the people of the light, the flame, Yahusha, everything. And so that has been hijacked by the offspring of the fallen through Esau operating as Satan's son. Okay? And so Satan was Prester John, who set up all these religions. He took over the identity of all the kings and priests of Israel as they scattered, and he wound it up into Esau's Christ and the Holy Roman Church. And so this tells us a little bit about Esau's Christ, Irish wisdom preserved in the Bible and pyramids. So this is what the children of the fallen and the fallen believe, okay? And so remember, Solomon mixed in with everyone. And so the Rothschilds believe that they are the offspring of David. All right, the blood drinkers. So what this Irish wisdom goes into is some really interesting stuff. It talks about the period of the pyramids of Giza and the religion of Esau. Okay, Giza, Esau. And remember, Cairo was one of the places where Esau was. All right, and so Isaac or Esau, they say is, or Israel, they say is derived from the name Isaac. But of course, Jacob is the one who is named Israel. They're not even going anywhere near scripture. They're just making stuff up. And so it is constantly affirmed in scripture. Jacob is the son of the promise. All right. So, and he is called Israel. So Esau's savior is fake. And this is truly how Esau hijacked the identity of Israel. So here they talk about the pyramids of Esau. See, Esau is literally written there. And so here they discuss as above, so below. But the inverse in order, for instance, is that divine love is on the highest spiritual plane of the celestial world, while carnal love is below here on the physical realm. And they recognized the fact that man was both spiritually and physically the son, the father is the son, and that the earth is the mother. And so this, of course, is completely the opposite of scripture. And then it says here, the pyramid of Giza, Jeezah. So we're coming to this false Christ, this Janus, or this Esau's Christ, okay? And then they say that the earth represents the Eretz is the God in the desert. And of course, the scripture says don't go out to the desert because that's where Ha-Satan is. If you're looking for Yahusha, don't go out to the desert. He's not there. All right. And they talk about the Nile representing the phallus and the sun representing the Spirit of God. So this is completely heretical. All right. Then here on page 223, it goes into this Irish celibate priesthood, which is called a sacrifice. You sacrifice your sexuality, and that's the only way to attain spiritual perfection in heaven. And of course, this has nothing to do, once again, with scripture. You can, it talks about the eunuchs being considered celibate priests, but this is not how you achieve salvation. So then again, this is completely the opposite of scripture. Then on page 227 here, it says that you give birth to the perfect man god of earth man or belly man, Potiphar. So your belly's the pot in the sacred myth, belly man. All right. And so it says you give birth to the god man Esau, all right, whose god is his belly. And what does it say that Septimus Severus died of? Gout. Even have a book, The Pyramid of Giza by L. McCarthy. Okay. And so it says here, and here in the very center of the earth's surface, they erected an altar to God in the desert, which, the scripture says, if anyone says he will be out in the desert, do not go and follow him in the last days to look for Christ. Representing the phallus, okay, very pervert, typifying creative power of the sun god. So they're worshiping the sun god, right? Which is what Israel fell for, right? That's why Israel said they would fall. Yah said to the prophets, because they're worshiping the sun, the temple is torn away from them, okay? And it also symbolized the Spirit of God and its regenerative power in man. So you see how wicked this is. The Great Pyramid of Esau. All right, so he's making himself a god here. And this is how you recognize the fallen. They make their people into gods. The perfect pyramid of Esau, the symbol of the solar spiritual body. I don't want to go too much into this because it's just a bunch of foolishness. And it's even a sin to mention these things. And it was the blood of man to be full, the word full, the blood. Philitis is adapted from the Irish word full, the blood. So you're full of blood. I mean, this is just perverse, but this is their Christ. This is Esau's Christ. Whatever there was of real and actual history of mankind chronicled up to the time of the destruction of the Alexandrian libraries through the mad ambition of Rome to reduce the world to ignorance and to rule all mankind under her own church dominion was destroyed. So they're creating a new false dichotomy here, right? Between Esau's church versus Rome's church. Same person. Babylon is Rome. America is Babylon. It's all the same. They're setting up Babylon at this point in history, right? That we're talking about. The other great libraries that remained were those in Ireland, which she destroyed at the time of the English invasion. And at the time of the Spanish invasion of America, her priests destroyed all the literature they could find. Well, that's true. The 10 tribes were there, and they were worshiping these false gods. And all of the libraries there were also destroyed. Any of it they spared, they altered to suit their purpose and deception. Whatever writings could be found that would shed light on the past, they were seized and destroyed. It is only since the conquest of the Irish Church of Esau that the staffs of the priests were set to work by Rome to compose histories which would furnish a proper setting or background for her false pretensions. So what they're saying is that these descendants of giants right, and of the fallen angels were the real Israelites, and they were taken captive to America, and they were of the church of Esau. Okay, so in other words, they're saying the sons and daughters of Esau who were mixed in with all the fallen angel seed were the true Israel. But in fact, Esau took the 10 tribes captive to North America. All right, but this is the false narrative. I'm trying to just point out the false narrative. I don't want you getting confused with the Esau's Christ versus the true Savior, because that's what is happening right now. People are trying to pull you away from the true Savior by saying, because he's not white, because he's not black, or because he was white, he never existed, or because he existed at Giza and he was named Esau, he never existed. He wasn't real, but the truth is he did exist. So once you let go of Esau's Christ and you hold on to the true Yahusha, you keep the true Yahusha, because what did he say? Another Christ will you accept. This is the other Christ. Okay? But a lot of people, in rejecting the other Christ, reject Yahusha. And that's not what you're supposed to do. So you're supposed to rightly divide the word. And so you see how they're creating a false dichotomy here. All right? So anyone who's going to continue with Christ, they're going to say, oh yeah, but he's this Egyptian Christ. Otherwise, if you don't follow the Egyptian Christ, they're hoping you'll abandon Yahusha altogether. That's the narrative that's being forced on you. So pay attention. All right? And this is how you can recognize this false Christ, the Christ, right? The evidence of Irish occupation in Egypt is established by those great pyramids. Okay, that's Urish. Ur is Ur of the Chaldees. That's who Israel came out of. That's the father of Israel, right? All right, is established by those great pyramids and other monuments along the Nile Valley. This fact is aptly borne out in secret and mythical names given to temples and places of Egypt's first ruler. We're told the founder of the first colony of Egypt was Isis. She is the ancient goddess or mother goddess. So this again is a type of Mother Mary, worshiping Mary here. Her worship extended all over Europe. Mythically, she is the moon and the night. So here we go, back to moon worship. How convenient. How convenient. She is Esther, so she's a star. So she's Ashtaroth pole worship. And she is what? The Queen of Heaven. So why was Israel cut off? What did Yah say he was mad about? Do you not see what they are doing in the cities of Judah and the streets of Jerusalem? The sons gather wood and the fathers light the fire and the women knead dough to make cakes for the Queen of Heaven. They do pour out drink offerings to other gods to provoke me to anger. Am I the one they are provoking, declares Yahuwah? Is it not themselves they spite to their own shame? So they're shaming themselves. And so this is what Esau was doing too. He was shaming himself. He said the men were facing the east of the temple of Israel, worshiping the sun and moon and stars. And the women were crying for Tammuz. And the women were making cakes to who? The Queen of Heaven. Son of man, he said to me, do you see this? Yet you will see greater abominations than these. He brought me to the inner court of the house of Yahuwah, and there to the entrance of the temple of Yahuwah between the portico and altar. There were about 25 men, their backs turned to the temple of the Lord, and their faces to the east, and they were bowing to the east in the worship of the sun. Son of man, he said to me, do you see this? Is it not enough for the house of Yehudah to commit the abominations they are practicing here, that they must also fill the land with violence and continually provoke me to anger? So this is what Israel is cut off for doing, in addition to child sacrifice. So this is why Israel was cut off, for all of this here. This is Esau's Christ, mother of God, co-equal with the Father. The name is formed Irish, as in, from the Irish as in Isis. So now it's just doing their own crazy little etymology here, right? Mother God. I rebuke that in the name of Yahushua. Mother God, this whole idea. This is exactly who Yah said he hated you to worship. The Son and the Queen of Heaven. and the moon. Consort of the sun and the moon. Don't worship. That's the warning. So here it is. And they're saying, but this is the real Jesus. Yeah, it is, because it's not Yahusha. It's not the Savior. It's not Yahusha HaMashiach. Glorified body that you awaken in is of both or two sexes. So we're talking about transgender. That's how we recognize the enemy, right? He's into the double-sexed male-female man. The glorified body is typified by resurrected Savior Esau and emblemized by the Great Pyramid, which is the symbol of the solar body of man. So, sun worship. You're worshiping the sun in your body. So Pharaoh is the sensual double-sexed male-female man. How abominable is that? This is Esau's Christ. There is a play made with some of the names which the Irish myth makers gave to some of their Egyptian characters, such as Potiphar. The name is from poti, meaning the bowels or belly. Remember what I said, they worship their belly. This is the warning that is given about those who don't believe in Christ. They worship the bowels and belly, which make it signify truth or wisdom. So the stomach, my gut feeling. You're not checking your heart. You're not checking the spirit. You're checking with your gut. That's what they say in this North American culture. I had a gut feeling. Hence, we find Potiphar is the priest of On, of the son of the truth and wisdom father-in-law of Joseph, striving to be an upright spiritual man. Why? Because he's worshiping the sun and he's worshiping his stomach. That's not Christianity. It says, search all these things to see if they be true, and the Ruach HaKodesh, this Holy Spirit, will be your teacher and your wisdom, not your stomach and not the sun. Jebulon is the name of the false god, and that involves the fake name Jah with a J instead of Yahweh, Baal as in Beelzebub, master, and On as in priest of On, priest of Babylon. Babylon is the opposite of Israel. So this is not the right God. This is the fourth beast, the fourth man, Quetzalcoatl. See all the machinery attached to his organic self that is a combination of all these different races. So yeah, and they've even got things here like they've got the capstone. So this is relating to the whole pyramid thing. All right? Pyramid of Esau represents a region in the head where the brain is located in rational intelligence. It clusters nerve centers there, gives him light and wisdom. Okay? And this gland, when awakened, becomes the spiritual eye of the seer. So this is all about the pyramid being the all-seeing eye. This is Esau's Christ, not the Savior. And like I said, Giza, Jesus Christ, Giza. Oh, what do we have here? Pyramid of Giza's Christ. Pyramid of Jesus Christ. Christ. And on this page, Truth Control, it talks about how there's these temples of the sun. This is talking about the Hyksos. Again, this is all connected with the Hyksos, because Esau and his sons, his family was in the area when Israel was captive to Egypt as well. And so they say here, this is the deception. You see Truth Control, right? And they're being very deceptive. Esau is combined with the Egyptian god named Ra. And so he becomes the messenger, and he's an Israelite. This is crazy, right? So, and they're going into Ra and all this kind of stuff. Forgive me, Abba, for saying those horrible words. But this is originally simply denoted an initiate or priest of a solar cult. They're saying that they weren't the real Israelites, that this was really about it. So what they're trying to do is hijack the Shemitic Ur of the Chaldees identity, give it to the seed of the fallen angels and the Phoenicians that Esau aligned himself with. And then you run off and make that all into Egyptology and call it Esau's Christ. So they say one of the chief gods of the megalithic Irish was known as Esau. Now remember, I showed you Septimus Severus already, that he went from Rome and he set up in Britain, right? Right after the fall of the temple. So here he is in these lands, right? And he's building up this Esau's Christ religion. And so this name has been rendered in many ways, such as Esau, Jesus, Yeshu, Isa, Jesu, Jesa, Jesse. Prior to Constantine's Council of Nicaea, organized to unify the world's creeds and cement the power of the Roman Church, Esau was acknowledged throughout Europe, and his origins were understood to be in Ireland, not Judea or Egypt. And the ancients of India referred to the British Isles as Britishtan, a word that meant seat of religion. Esau's aspects were worshipped under various names depending on the culture and facet being venerated. He was Osiris, Horus, Set, all of these fake Egyptian gods. Okay, because Septimus Severus went and set up there. And then he took his children, the children of Satan, the offspring of the fallen angels, back over to North America to live in comfort until Babylon was supposed to be set up. So that when you're hearing people talk about Esau's Christ and how Christ is fake because he's Esau's Christ, yeah, that's the other Christ that Yahushua warned about. Now, remember in 700 BC, a Prester John, a Khazarian, took over Assyria and orchestrated the Assyrian captivity of the 10 tribes, and he took over Persia. So is that the same person? Are they jumbling history? Is this an extension of that rulership? So like I said, the Roman kingdom was divided into 10 tribes. 10 tribes, all right? Around between 190 AD and 476 AD. The Romans were removed by the Goths, okay? And this was, behold, a fourth beast, dreadful and terrible and exceedingly strong, and its teeth were of iron, devouring and crushing to atoms, and it trampled the remainder of its feet. And it was altogether different from all the beasts that were before it, and it had 10 horns. So this is the emergence of the 10 horns, all right? And this comes from Tartaria and from the Mongoloids, who then morph into the Hebrew nations, all right, and take over the identity. So, and as I've said before, this is when there is all this mixing that goes on, but it's actually at the command of Yah. So if we look at, I've quoted this before, and this from the Septuagint, Jeremiah 31, 27 to 32, and behold, the days will come, saith Yahuwah, that I will sow the house of Israel and the house of Yehudah with the seed of man and the seed of beast, because they are the seed of Satan, who is the beast. But then Daniel says, and whereas thou saw iron mixed with miry clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave to one another, even as iron is not mixed with clay. So this, I believe, is about transhumanism more so, and all their weird genetic mutations, but also there's something to be said, because Yah does say, every seed that I have not planted will be uprooted, or it has to be of his direction. And so these are all the groups, the fallen angel groups, the Suevi, the Visigoths, the Scythians, the Ostrogoths, the Vandals, the Saxons, the Lombards, the Franks, the Alemanni, the Burgundians. They become the German, Swiss, French, Italians, Portuguese, people of the Netherlands. They go into all the lands of Shem and take over their identities. And these are the Shiite dynasties of Asia. And see, this is what Menelik, all right, the line of Menelik became when mixed in with the Han, mixed in with the Chinese, Asian, Mongoloids. All right. We talked about this in the last Prester John video, and this was the last Menelik. All right, he's old here, so he's looking kind of faded out. But that's his descendancy among the Mongoloids. This was also a Menelik. So the Hebrew letter for sharp press eat is the shin, and it is akin to the teeth of the lion or the teeth of the snake. To press, sharp, bite, eat with the first two front teeth. Okay, and presbyter means somebody who takes communion. It is relating to ecclesiastical government by presbyters or relating to a Presbyterian church, and those who uphold the government of that church to the doctrine, discipline, and worship of a communion, and is so governed by such. So communion, eating of the communion, is eating of the body of Christ and the blood of Christ, is a foundation to the word presbyter. So Prester John, and this kingdom most probably identifies as the medieval Russia or the horde known as the Great Mongolian Empire according to medieval tradition. Prester John belonged to a very old genus and was really a descendant of the Magi, right? So that's the Assyrians, that is the Shemites, the Medo-Persians, or the Persians, I guess. This is clearly Esau, and we see the monuments he's conquered in Petra and all over the place. Persia, the Assyrians, he conquered them all. So they took on this identity, confusion by mixing. But the Hebrew word for Abyssinia, so Sino is sin. This is the abyss. Tartarus descends into the abyss at the center of the earth where the indrawing seas are. And of course, they have all these lands that go deep into the earth. And of course, Sino is Canaan, and Sino is associated with sin. So just a note to add here, Jebulon is the name that these mixed nations used for their god. It was a combination of Yahweh, Baal, and On. Okay? So, and they didn't have the Y in their language. They used the J because Gentiles used the J. So his name was Jebulon, and he was named after King Bulan, who was the Khazarian Tartarian king who led the conversion to Judaism. So this is part of this history of this mixing. So Jebulon is a compound of the name of three gods worshipped in the ancient Middle East and Tartaria. Arab intellectual Istakari says Khazars do not resemble the Turks. They are black-haired and are of two kinds. One called the Kara Khazars, who are swarthy, verging on black, and the other white and quite strikingly handsome. Oh, the Edomites and Issachar was in that realm. Okay? And then they say that it was a myth that blacks were there. It is important to realize here that Esau and the serpent people of Tartaria originate masonry. The cradle of the symbolism used in all masonry is placed by many of the best authorities in that country which they believe was first inhabited, i.e. the plateau of Tartaria, and from there transmitted to this generation by the sages of India, Persia, Ethiopia, and Egypt. We are not indebted to either ancient Egypt for either religion or masonry, but to America. This is the Khazarian connection. So this conspiracy to hide this history is reflected in this CIA document that exposes what the Communist Party did to cover up the true history of Tartaria and to proceed with a scientific revision of the history of Tartaria and liquidate serious shortcomings and mistakes of a nationalistic character committed by individual writers and historians in dealing with Tartar history. In other words, it was to be the history of the Tartarians was rewritten and falsified in order to eliminate references to great Russian aggressions and to hide the facts of the course of Tartar-Russian relations. And this was no isolated case. In every Muslim area within the USSR, historians on the orders of the Communist Party have rewritten history to distort the facts so that Russians appear to always be in a good light. Now, that's not true. And future generations of Muslims are forever denied the chance of learning the true facts about their nation's past. Well, that's not entirely true. What it's about is it's about hiding Prester John and that transition of the identity of Israel and the Jews, and the transition of Black Esau to white Europe and the Black Empire to the white empire, because this is literally the transition point in place. So it's not just about, oh, we don't want to make Russians look bad, because there's the czars in this case, there's the whole family of the Byzantines, there's Ivan the Terrible and his family line, there's obviously I've already mentioned that the Khazars taking on that Jewish identity, and there's Genghis Khan and the transition of the Ethiopians running those empires to now the Mongols and the Asians taking on the identity of Israel. That's a lot of stuff to cover up. It's not just about communism. So after the Mongols horde takes over Europe and transitions their identity there, the West is mythologized into this kind of distant utopia, this unknown land, as the transition into Western Europe begins and the destruction of the old Egypt or West takes place. Now, something that is also related is this story of Nehemiah Theodoric in 775 AD. He reconquers the American empire of Kalalas. Okay, so Theodoric, you know that's two doors. You know that Nehemiah, these are Ethiopians. Okay, and so he reconquers the empire of Kalalaeus, and which was ruled by Silvanus Toltecus. So this is the Toltecs. Silvanus meaning a Solomon. And remember I told you these are titles. This is an actual King Solomon. This is 775 AD. And they're saying this is the hereditary ruler of the former Jewish Roman colony. So California is a Jewish Roman colony. Okay, this is Rome. This is Chittim. All right, fam. So to this, it's really important, family. I'm just jumping in here as I'm doing this marathon of videos to give you the backstory on the four beasts, because Esau is that Alexander the Great who becomes the goat that goes across the water in the book of Daniel, and then he comes basically from North America, which you can see in this picture. This is Boston in 1901. This is the true Greece. So he comes from North America over to Africa, the land of Israel, and he conquers it, descendant of Amalek. All right. Now, Amalek was one of Esau's descendants. So meantime, we have the Assyrians, the Isaurians, way back, which I mentioned here in 700 BC. Now, what they do is they seem to historically talk about how the Assyrians were one of the, I think it's the second or third son of Shem, and this is who was always contending with Israel. But in truth, I believe it's the Isaurians, and I'm just going to keep providing you more and more evidence for that, because it's Esau Syrians, Mount Seir plus Esau, Assyrians. All right. This is why they come to America, Lake Huron, Horite, right? So basically, I'm showing you this series so you can track Esau as finally becoming the fourth beast, but these various kingdoms, the four kingdoms he's manifest in. So that's why we're looking at this. I'll just let this continue because my popcorn is popping. That's what you hear, the fizzling in the background. All right, let's get back to this. And it's also ruled by Esau, who's calling himself Jewish. So now when you're talking about Jewish people, you're talking about Edomites after the time of Esther, right? And that's when the Esauians began to call themselves Jews. Here, the most important thing to realize is that this great ruler of Sumeria, right? A great Roman Jewish ruler, so we're talking Edomite, an ancestor of the Swan Knights, Barbar-Katsans, Edomites and barbarians, or a mix thereof. He also had a fleet of trading vessels known as the ships of Solomon or the swan boats. So here Esau is mimicking the journeys and kingdoms that the Israelites had. And this is the ships of Solomon, or the 7 swan boats they talk about. So Septimus 7 nations, right? The 7 nations that are not of the seed of Adam, the seed of Yah. Anyway, so he took these trading vessels, and the ships are shaped like a swan with sails like the wings of beautiful gliding white swan. And so they sail after the defeat of Silvanus Toltesius, a member of the royal family, were sent back to Europe, where they were under the protection of Nehemiah Theodorus and his family. And the legend of Dun and Ogier are based on the activities of this family, descended from Duan, Tugon, Ogier, and Silvanus Bravo. And anyway, so it goes into the legends, and this is connected to the giant ogre heads of the Olmec, where they are found. And also, when you're talking about Og, you're talking about Og of Bashan. When you're talking about ogres, you're talking about giants. The German kings that we have in France and in all of these different cultures, these people that claim to be of the lineage of David, they actually are, but they are a mixture of the domain of the Vikings, and they have strong bloodlines for sure. But they call themselves, they are of the star families. They believe they are David's descendants because of Solomon, and they are a continuation of that line, but they are truly the Vril of the lion, the island of Dragos in the midst of the sea. They say they're the continuation of the line of Jesus, but they mean Esaus. Okay? They say that they're the continuation of the line of David, and by that right, they have the right to rule. Okay? They believe in the book of Revelation, and they believe that they're currently in the 1,000-year reign. They believe that they're in charge of taking over the kingdom as the star families of this 1,000-year reign. Okay? And of course, Satan is ruling in the earth right now. So that is their God. So it is Esau's Christ, and it is another Christ, it's Ha-Satan. So everything that they've done for this last time since the destruction of the temple has been towards reuniting the people in Israel and building a new temple. So Zionism is really an offshoot of the star families, and that's the doctrine that they believe in. This is where Zionism comes from. And so they, in this group, there's more of a worship of Baal, Ashtaroth. They have a pyramid at the Supreme Court building, for example, like in Australia. These are the descendants of the Fomorians of Ireland, the Atlanteans, Og of Bashan, and Canaan. So we're going to go into the Fomorians of Ireland in the next one, because we're going to go into beasts of no nation all the way in, and all the way to them coming up here in Babylon in the next episode. But continuing on, this is a description of the original people of Scotland, okay? It says the inhabitants of this isle are generally well proportioned, and their complexion is for the most part black. They are not obliged to art in the forming of their bodies, and nature never fails to act on her part bountifully towards them. And perhaps there is no part of the habitable globe where so few bodily imperfections are to be found, nor any children that go more early. I've observed several of them walk alone before they were more than 10 months old. So as you can see with these people, they tattoo their bodies. They put tattoos all over their bodies. Okay, so they do mark their bodies. Okay, so you see the tattoo markings on the body. Now there's an account of these white Neanderthals in the Lost 10 Tribes of the Promised Land. And it says that somebody comes upon them and captures them here in this chapter, page 36. The 4 men whom they carried away were young and beardless, so they usually don't have beards or they don't have hair on their head. And they wore nothing but a sort of apron made of cord, which they hung a number of palm or reed fibers of 1.5 to 2 hairs breadth, which formed an effectual covering. They were uncircumcised. So you know they're uncircumcised, they're not Hebrews, right? They spoke these men were spoken to in several languages, but they understood none of them. So they weren't speaking Hebrew because the conquistadors and explorers were all speaking Hebrew. So these people were not speaking Hebrew. They were not taller than their captors, were robust limbed and courageous. And so they refused wine, only drank water. They ate wheat and barley. So these were relatively healthy people. And it says that they were honest. And it said that the maidens went around naked. I'm just letting you know that these were the people who were found in those lands, in the West also. Okay, so you see the tattoo markings on the body. These are wigs that they used to make because they were bald-headed. Gonna chase those crazy bald heads out of the town. And so here you see the bald heads in Benjamin Franklin and you see in Washington, right? So they would always wear wigs. This is why you see a lot of the Europeans wearing wigs, because they're bald. So here's some of the Europeans wearing wigs being visited by the 10 tribes. All right, there's Esau, and you see the aquiline nose. But you see these guys look kind of more Negro-y, right? Less aquiline-y, right? And so do these guys. And so here is an account of the West. All right, this is like in South and Central America, and you see all the black people, the black slaves, how they're being terrorized. We see kind of an Esau figure, a bit whitewashed here. But we see again, it's the bald heads. The bald heads. Okay? And people of the giant descent. So we're going to get into this a little bit more later. Some of these faces are whitewashed. This looks like a black person who's been whitewashed. So this could be a black Edomite. Right? Same with this guy. Very Negro type features. And see, they're terrorizing the native people. So it is well known that they had giants in these lands, and they were the bald heads. We're gonna chase those crazy bald heads out of town. So they're wearing wigs in these pictures, and it's suspected that they wore these helmets because the Ashtaroth poles, the electrified cities, would give them worms in their lymphatic system, and it would make all their hair fall out and they would go bald. And so that's how they're bald heads. So they would wear these wigs, the men, on their head. It's like how the Wi-Fi and all the defilement and all of that kind of stuff is doing the same to people now. Same thing. That's the price of that power of the air to cover the baldness. Just like how the Egyptians wore wigs. Just like how all the founding fathers of America wore wigs. Because they were all bald heads. They were all descendants of these giants, just a clue to the next episode of the Beasts of No Nations. Remember, guys, except for the really chocolatey people of the transatlantic slave trade who have the seed on both sides, everybody is pretty well mixed, and even they're mixed in. So don't take this personally. This is all just about facts and realities. The descendants of giants are moving into Europe, and they've been brought there by Esau. Now, the Toltecs were related to the Shemites who were in South America, but this is some other kind of mixed breed with fallen seed that is being brought back to Europe. And the land is being cleaned up of those people. And those people are being emigrated to other lands. This is the transitional stage via these ships. Like I said, the swan is tied to Zeus and the rape of Lucretia, so creating this fallen angel seed out of mixing with the blood of women. Okay? In Lost Tribes and Promised Lands, it talks about the Near East and Far East. And Isuaris is Esau, and the Assyrians, the Shemitic Assyrians from Persia, who had very much mixed in with this religion of the giants. And they also talk about the apocryphal Acts of St. Thomas and the apostle moving easily between Persia and India. In each of the three Indias, who describe exploits of the apostle Thomas and Matthew in each of the three Indias. And the concept was more standard in one of the Middle Ages, that one of the three Indias faced Ethiopia. The second one faced Persia. The third occupied the ends of the earth between the ocean and the realm of darkness. So there was a lot of descriptions of Amazons and people in the west and the Fortunate Islands. And this principate, this is describing the land of Prester John, or one of his principates, extends from Ethilia to Black Cathay, whence it is called Karakathea or Karakatai. And Kara is the same as black, and it is called Black Cathay to differentiate it from the other Cathay that is far beyond it towards the east. Many regions distant from that Black Cathay, which will be described later on, and this land, along with the lands adjacent to it, is a special land of the Emperor of the Tartars. He always roams around it with his court, ascending in summer to cold regions, and in winter descending to hot. And this Black Cathay was the land of Prester John, or King John, about whom there was accustomed to be such a great rumor, and about whom many false things have been written and said. From the other Cathay that is far beyond it towards the east. So they must be talking about the one in South America, because it seems like there was one there and there's one in North America as well. And you know, oftentimes they resurrect and rebuild places. Tribes were scattered to America, right? There's even land up here called Caruso, up north here. A Saracen king is described as always being at war with the Christians of Nubia, who were under the rule of the Emperor of Ethiopia of the land of Prester John. But Ethiopia is below the southernmost edge of the map, and we learn nothing more about this. So this is very likely in Persia or in South America, possibly. This is just what I'm speculating. And the Saracen would be Esaurians, and would be the 7 nations, perhaps, who are warring with the true Ethiopians. Not sure. It goes on later to say that narrators of John de Betancourt's Canarian expedition, so that's Persia, that's Peru, speak of going to Africa to obtain news of Prester John, and Prince Henry's chronicler Gomez Inanes Rara writes of the explorations along the African coast that the prince not only desired to have knowledge of that land, but also the Indies, of the land of Prester John, if he could. Indeed, the search for Prester John, here at the bottom, was to be one of Prince Henry's main reason for the whole enterprise. The legend of a Christian prince living at the flank of the Muslim world had excited Europe for nearly 300 years, but Henry the Navigator's zeal to find him may seem surprising in light of the dismal history of race relations that was to result, for by this time most educated Europeans considered Prester John to be black. Well, the blacks had already been ruling in Europe and had been removed from there, and Prince Henry the Navigator was black. John claims to have exceeded all men in riches, virtue, and power. When he rides forth into war, he's accompanied by more than 100,000 cavalrymen and more than 1 million soldiers, marching beyond 13 enormous crosses made of gold and precious stones. 72 kings pay tribute to him. 30,000 men eat at his table every day, and they are served by 7 kings, 52 dukes, and 365 counts. Okay, You're talking about dukes, these are the dukes of Edom. Anytime you're talking about dukes, you're talking about Esau, Edom. You're talking about the dukes of Edom. Because we know that when the transition did happen, they were together. Esau and Israel had let Edom in. Kings of dukes descended of his sons, and the dukes of Seir and the Horite kings of Edom, dukes. Okay, dukes of Edom. So here's the dukes. Timnah, Duke Aliyah. Does that sound Muslim? All right, so they were known as the dukes. Okay, so when you hear dukes, you're hearing about Esau, Edom. 52 dukes and 365 counts, as well as a humbler retinue. Roman and Greek clergymen alike eat at John's side. So this is Japheth's land of the Greek, and look at all the Greek architecture. This is Japheth and Israel are the Greeks, and Esau and Chittim are the Romans. Okay, so there's always kind of a mixing going on with Japheth. Japheth is mixing in with Shem, whether it's Esau or Israel, right? So the Greeks were a mix of the 10 tribes. So what are all these Greeks and Romans and all these people doing? Well, everybody's shifting over to Europe and abandoning this land, and it's being cleaned up and set up for Babylon. And so that history that was there is being hidden, because if this was truly the West, maybe Greece and Rome were here. Here's the account of them hiding the northland of Japheth in the west. They sometimes passed laws for the inflicting of the severest punishment upon citizens who should reveal to the outside world the locations, nature, or extent or value of their possessions. Ancient book called the Book of Wonders, ascribed to Aristotle, contains the following. When the Carthaginians, who were masters of the Western Ocean, observed that many traders and other men attracted by the fertility of the soil and pleasant climate had fixed their houses, they feared that the knowledge of this land should reach other nations. A great concourse to it of men from various lands of the earth would follow, that the conditions of life then so happy on that island would not only be unfavorably affected, but the Carthaginian Empire itself would suffer injury, and the domination of the sea be wrestled from their hands. So this is Aegeus. These are the Cushites, okay? And these are the Carthaginians, or the Cushites. Jasher 74:3, and when Baal-Canaan, son of Akbor, reigned over Edom, all the children of drew their allegiance from Edom. And it was after the death of Asdrubal, son of Angeas, when Latin had turned back to his land from the battle, that all the inhabitants of Africa rose up and took Annibal, the son of Aegeus, the younger brother of Asdrubal, and made him king instead of his brother over the whole land of Africa. And Annibal smote the children of Chittim. So these are the Cushites. And so this is Hannibal protecting America, the land of the Cushites, from the West, and going into an agreement and allegiance with Rome and all the Greeks and everything, because they're going to hide the West for the building up of Babylon. So they basically, for about 500 years, they're just secretly all hiding out there. They're telling you that that little bitty place called Greece in the Mediterranean is the land of Japheth and the north, when it's really Shem's land. And this Japheth and Ham's land over here are vast. Priests of On in Toronto and Ontario. And in Jasher, there's all these scrimmages between the Hamites and the Japhethites, because they're right next door to each other. They're right across the street from each other, right across the border from each other. They issued a decree that no one under penalty of death should therefore after sail thither. So the island is Turtle Island. This passage is quoted not merely to claim that it refers to the continent of America, but for the purpose, so that's America, of showing how carefully the Phoenicians, remember that's Esau, Phoenician people, whether Asiatic, Carthaginian, or Spanish, guarded from the great world. So that includes the Spaniards. Okay? That means we're going to find out. Charles V guarded from the great world the foreign discoveries which they had made, where their kindred were enjoying prosperity, and to enable us to see how likely their discoveries would be to come to the knowledge of the great mass of humankind. Let us look to the moment for some of the things which the ancient Greek and Latin authors have said, indicating their knowledge of the existence of the Western continent. Crates, a commentator on Homer, is quoted by Strabo before Christ as saying that Homer means in his account of the Western Ethiopians. The Western Ethiopians. Shem's land is in the east and the south, not the west, but these are the Western Ethiopians. The inhabitants of the Atlantis or Hesperides, as the unknown world of the West was then variously called. Pliny locates the Western Ethiopians somewhere in the Atlantic. This shows that the Crates and Pliny believed that the great poet Homer believed in the existence of the great continent on the western shore of the Atlantic Ocean. Plato says the sea, the west, indeed navigatable, and had an island fronting the mouth, which in your tongue you call the Pillars of Hercules. Again, Atlantis was in front of the Pillars of Hercules. In front of the Pillars of Hercules. That's at 33 degrees. And this island is larger than Libya and Asia put together, and there is a passage hence for travelers of that day to the rest of the islands, as well as from those islands to the whole opposite continent that surrounds the sea. So you see, they all knew about it, and they were all just hiding it until it was time to build up Babylon. So back to lost tribes. Eat at John's side. The table itself is made of emerald and supported by legs of amethyst. Other tables in the place are of gold and ivory. The palace is built after the pattern of the one erected for King Gundafor by the apostle Thomas. It is a vast structure of shittim wood. So that's what shittim wood is, what the Ark of the Covenant is made out of. Ebony, gold. So ebony, onyx, sardonyx, and crystal. These are all the stones that are part of the 12 tribes of Israel, right? Amethyst and emerald. John's bedchamber is bedecked with gold and precious stones, and his bed is made of sapphire. There's another one. So those are all the 12, a lot of the 12 tribe stones. But the sapphire represents chastity. And though John has a harem of the most beautiful women in the world, he lies with one or another of them only 4 times a year solely for procreation. Well, that's polygamy. Well, you see, this is just a picture of Prester John dining on the 10 tribes. His table is made out of all of their precious stones of priesthood and tribes. This is a table prepared for him in the presence of his enemies. Okay, he has an ideal balance of wealth and wisdom. That characterizes the realm over which he presides, and there's no poverty among his subjects. Ethiopia, utopia. Huh? Utopia. Utopia. Remember, the Greeks and the Romans decided to hide the West, right? So they're out there enjoying it while the rest of the world knows nothing about it. So what does Oriental Masonry say? America Atlantis. That is the curtain which has hitherto concealed the prehistoric connection between the peoples of ancient Egypt and of America is lifted, and it will be seen that the people of the Eagle on the Nile, that is priests of On in Cairo, the Edomites of the Eagle on the Nile, the Egyptians in Africa, being descended from the original people of the eagle on the continent. The twain, the two are one, and the prehistoric America was the original Egypt or eagle land. He describes himself in his realm, the presbyter, king of kings and lord of lords. So you see, he's calling himself king of kings and lord of lords. This is Esau's Christ. Again, Prester John, the legend and its sources says Prester John, master of masters, like master masonry. So this is a type of Hashatan. Prester John the Red is what he's called in this book. Prester John was known as King of Kings and Lord of Lords of the earth by the power and virtue of God, our Lord Jesus Christ, to Emmanuel, governor of the Romans, health, and so on. See how there is a connection to the Romans, right? The Holy Roman Empire, here, right here, excelling every king of the whole earth in virtue and power. 72 kings are tributaries to us because there are many Christians, and etc., and so on, which continues up to, we also have another palace which was made through the revelation to my father, who was called quasi-deus, godlike. All right, like Quetzalcoatl, quasi-godlike, Katal Allah. And so that's from page 146. And so when we look up Lord, Lord means Baal. He looks like the fourth beast. He's mechanical as well as human in all these ways. And throughout scripture, they've replaced Yahweh with Baal. Okay? It's a Northwest Semitic title and honorific meaning owner. It's not honorific. It means owner, master, or lord, wrathful charmer, schemer, creditor, dreamer, husband, bird, predatory bird like an eagle, or archer. Okay, so the archer is one who slings arrows like the enemy. Satan sends you slings and arrows. That is used for various G-gods who were patrons of cities in the Levant and Asia Minor. Cognate to Akkadian Belu, a Baalist. A Baalite means a worshiper of Baal. Okay? Hosea, my Baal, a reference to the divine name used in the northern kingdom. Here for the first time forbidden. So we know the northern kingdom, right? Ephraim and Dan and Haram-Abith got seduced by the Canaanites, and so they were worshiping Baal. So would they be able to differentiate at this point, living off in the wilderness with Prester John here, the Roman governor, king, Emmanuel, governor of the Romans, Christ, Lord Jesus Christ, Esau's Christ? Is this not Esau's Christ? Right? And who's he being served and worshipped by? This is the 10 tribes. And the Greeks and the Romans, all hidden away in the west in Eden, celebrating this false Christ. And he's celebrating himself, of course. So you might say it was arrogance on behalf of these, the popes were saying, oh, you're a very arrogant king. But that's how he saw himself. It seems like the Mongolian hordes take things more so in Eastern Europe. But it seems as though in North America, Prester John is really ruling up until the time of the official arrival of Columbus. And I think that he has the 10 tribes doing the giant slaying, which is one of the things that because this is from the time of the captivity of the 10 tribes that this Prester John thing is happening. And so this would roll in with Alexander the Great going on his great Iliad journeys into the west, slaying giants to prepare the land for Babylon as well. Right? And trying to rule the world. And he does take over the world, and the kingdom is divided. Alexander the Great is also related to the Egyptian kings via Amalek. Amalek is the son of Eliphaz. Beyond this river he goes on are 10 tribes of the Jews who, though they pretend to have their own kings, are nevertheless our servants and tributaries. The 10 tribes are tributaries to the Edomites. We already went over that just now, but the connection I want you to notice here is this. So the 10 tribes were tributaries to these Edomite kings. And so these Edomite Kongs or Prester Johns ruled in the west, in Cathay, amongst the 7 nations. And then these 10 tribes were always at war with the 7 nations, killing giants, or just at war with the mongrels. Okay? Says his domains are twice as great as all of Christendom. It says in an English version of the 1507, for example, the weak kings of the above passage become a great king of Israel, whom Prester John concedes to be twice as strong as I am. His dominions are twice as great as all of Christendom and Turkey, and he hath under him 300 kings, 4,000 princes and dukes and earls and barons and knights and squires without number. Here he seems to have become an alternate version of Prester John himself. So it may be that these are a number of different kings, or this is an amalgamation, and then he's ruling over all of them. And he travels around, and you'll find that that's true. There's other books that reveal more of that. So we see here that when we look at the 10 tribes who are in America, we see in these paintings that they've obviously painted on this long straight hair to match the Native Americans of today, quote unquote. You can see in the bottom row that by the ears of especially the first king on the left in the bottom row, that he's been very whitewashed. His ears and the back of his head is definitely black, and then the front of him looks lighter. It looks like these paintings have been whitewashed over and over, and then they just plain said, look, we can't whitewash it anymore. Let's create a whole new painting, which was this other painting. But what I'm trying to show you here is that these are these kings who are ruling in this land in North America, giving tributary to Prester John. And then eventually the right hand and the left hand come together. And Charles V now and his offspring begin to replace the image of the 10 tribes kings. Why? Because now is the time of their demise. Columbus has come, and now Charles and Isabella are going to slaughter and take all the wealth. And the 10 tribes, you know, along with people like Alexander the Great, who was considered a god, like Hercules, or the offspring of Amun-Ra with his red hair, slew many giants. That's what Israel did. They slayed giants. So they cleaned up the land, they covered up all the pyramids, and then it's time to build the new Babylon. So the right hand didn't know what the left hand was doing. And so this is why the Holy Roman Emperor, where he comes in, and he is a Prester John, and he is of the Holy Roman Emperors. The right hand didn't know what the left hand was doing. And so how can we track this back a little further? Prester John, King of Kings, Lord of Lords of the earth, by the power and virtue of God and our Lord Jesus Christ to Emmanuel, governor of the Romans. What Prester John is described as, governor of the Romans, Holy Roman Empire. So how do we get here? Where are all the images of these kings in Europe? And now, of course, people are finding more and more of them. Whenever I was looking for images of these kings and knights and everything in Europe, so we return to the topic of Saint Maurice and the question of who all of this royalty is that is portrayed in all of this jewelry and all these artifacts and sculptures in Europe. And so what we said was that there is this myth of this Maurice. I would see these images of these black knights everywhere. And they're calling them all the same guy, Saint Maurice. I can't believe how much this guy got around Europe. He was everywhere and everyone made a statue of him. I was just like, who would believe such a thing? I would just be like, oh my gosh. And I would be looking at them going, okay, who is this really though? So these are the black Moorish knights and nobles and aristocracy in Europe, Germany, all the way through Britain. And so this is the legend of Saint Maurice actually masks the black aristocracy. Okay? And here's where you can find the information. You can go to Real History. So let's look at the legend of Saint Maurice because it ties back to all of this. Okay, so there's this story about this Saint Maurice who allegedly died circa 286, and he was a Christian soldier whose alleged martyrdom with his comrades inspired a cult still practiced today. Among those martyred with him were the SS Vitalis Candidus Experitus. So they were candid spirits, candid, hidden spirits, candid people. He's a patron saint of the Vatican Swiss Guard. And the story is recorded of this PCO martyrdom. And basically it's the Passion of the Martyrs of Argonon. In the 5th century, French bishop Saint Eucherius believed that the Theban Legion was a group of Egyptian Christians serving in the Roman army under the command of Maurice, this guy. And ironically, they were sent by Maximilian, later the Roman Empire, to help quash a revolt of Christian peasants in Gaul. And the legion met with Maximilian at an Octodoron, now Switzerland. And they refused to fight against their brethren and withdrew in protest to Agaunum. And there Maximilian twice had 1 man in 10 executed, and finally the entire group was put to death. Okay, so this is the legend. So somebody doesn't want to fight with and kill their twin brother or the other twin head of the twin eagle. So they got to find a way to do it covertly, right? They got to maybe let them hide in their own land in the West for a really long time and live peaceably until it's really time to absolutely go into hard chattel slavery. So Esau can't really take over the Holy Roman Empire by killing his twin-headed eagle brother unless he does it covertly. And that way he can actually take over his identity without anybody knowing. Maurice is said to have belonged to a legion called the Baal, which was really stationed in Italy, suggests that Theodore, so now we've got Theodorus, 2 doors, invented the story of Saint Maurice. Now notice these are all knights. You know, like Knights Templar, candid spirits of the Knights Templar, Knights of the Realm. All right, so they're all hiding some kind of secret. The whole story is out of proportion and they doubt its historical basis. But it's really set up to cover up the black aristocracy because you simply don't cover all of your churches with these statues that have lasted for hundreds and thousands of years with black knights. You don't create all these this jewelry and these expensive sculptures and everything of people who are not of nobility. And notice there really aren't any white knights around because this is an order that is hiding a secret. And if you'll notice in all of these cases, the bird of prey that all of these knights or these nobles are holding. So this is, this goes all the way back to Charlemagne. Charlemagne was the first great royalty, like I said, of these empires, okay? He was the one who held back the Arabs from invading into Northern Europe, into France. Eventually they did get up there, but he held them back, and he was black nobility. These are the Edomites. How do you know? Like I said, you see the eagle? Here's an eagle here as well. And of course, Germany was founded in 800 AD by Charlemagne, and that was just after the invasions of the Muslims into so-called Western Europe. So we see, again, you can't see the whole bird here, but with this particular knight, there's part of the eagle there. Here's the eagle again in this St. Maurice image. The bird of prey, the scavenging, ravaging bird. When we look at Charlemagne himself, his commands, music, recognizing him as Emperor of the West. Charlemagne busied himself with driving the albinos back to the east. So these are the Dalmatian. Here's the eagle again in this St. Maurice image. The bird of prey, the scavenging, ravaging bird. When we look at Charlemagne himself, Charlemagne and the Byzantine Emperor Nicephorus waged war on both land and sea to control Venetia and the Dalmatian coast of modern-day northern Italy, Slovenia, and Croatia. The war progressed well for the Franks. Additionally, beginning in 809, Nicephorus was distracted by a new war with the Bulgars. Therefore, the Byzantine began negotiation with the Franks. Peace was agreed upon in which Charlemagne gave up most of the Dalmatian coast in exchange for the Byzantine emperor, recognizing him as Emperor of the West. Charlemagne busied himself with driving the albinos back to the east. So these are the Japhethites, the Eastern Europeans. So these are all black men. Okay, I showed you Ivan in the last video, the Byzantines. They're black. These are all black people. Lands, Dalmatia, Dal means door. Matia, Yah. That's the name of a place. That means it's Yah's children's land. Okay? And there's Croatia. And there's Danube. And there's Italia. And then there's Hibernia. Hispania. Am I making it clear? Britannia. These are the lands of the Hebrew people. And that is why Putin is kicking the Ukrainians and all these other nations out. Between 802 and 812, Charlemagne fought the Saxon tribes located in the north. In the beginning of the war, Charlemagne gained his reputation as a ruthless warrior. He massacred over 4,000 Saxons. Still, the warfare with the Saxons continued on, and he fought them nearly 30 years. He brought Saxony to his kingdom in 808 to 810, and he settled accounts with the Danes, the Danites, who had given aid and asylum to the Saxon leader Wundekund. In the Saxon Wars, Charlemagne's forces subdued the Slavic region of Bohemia and the modern-day Czech Republic. He provided a good government for his kingdom. He had outdoor meetings, etc., etc. He ruled for about 47 years and provided a prosperous and stable country. So that is Charlemagne. This sounds like the whole 30 Years' War, which was a war that lasted supposedly from 1618 to 1648, but the timelines may be off, when everyone was fighting over Europe. And so they would have been removing the true Hebrews from that land from 1500 onwards, okay? And so it says Genghis Khan. It sounds like Wonder Khan. So that sounds like a Hun. Also, they make peace with the Danites and the Saxons. So I'm thinking that these are these other 7 nations. Okay, these are the dead things that come up from out of the sea, the 7 nations, which they make deals with, and they move into Europe. That's what I think Charlemagne enabled. Okay, so the 30 Years' War. The 30 Years' War was a 17th century religious conflict fought primarily in Central Europe. It remains one of the longest, most brutal wars in human history, with more than 8 million casualties resulting from military battles as well as from famine and disease caused by the conflict. The war lasted from 1618 to 1648, starting as a battle among the Catholic Protestant states that formed the Holy Roman Empire. However, as a 30 Years' War evolved, it became less about religion and more about which group would ultimately govern Europe. And in the end, the conflict changed the geopolitical face of Europe and the role of religion and nation states in society. Causes of the war: Emperor Ferdinand II's ascension to head of state as the Holy Roman Empire, in 1619. Okay, this is around the time that King James was being removed, right? So those are the true Hebrews, right? One of Ferdinand's first actions was to force citizens of the empire to adhere to Roman Catholicism, even though religious freedom had been granted as part of the Peace of Augsburg. Now, remember, the Protestants were protesting their right to observe the Muslim faith and the true Jewish or Messianic faith, not Catholicism, right? Signed in 1555, a keystone of Reformation, the Peace of Augsburg's key tenet was whose realm is his religion, which allowed the princes of the states within the realm to adopt either Lutheranism, Calvinism, or Catholicism in their respective domains. But the thing is that they were really at this point removing all the Israelites, and they were creating these false religions in their place. And so this 30 Years' War was really about establishing the Gentile nations in the land of the Shemites, in Italia, Dalmatia, Danube, land of the Black Danubes, Nubians, Britannia, Hispania. These are all lands of the Hebrews. These are all lands of Israel, the northern kingdom, which was previously Ur of the Chaldees. I already went into that in the last video on the northern kingdom of Africa. Please watch it. It connects to all of this. So Ur explains who Ur of the Chaldees was. This is when the northern kingdom and the scattered Judean kingdom was cut off from the 7 stars that are right above the north in that land. The 7 sisters, the, what do you call it? The Big Dipper, that is associated to the 7 spirits sitting before the throne of Yah. And now the 7 nations come in, the 7 heads of 7 kingdoms, 10 kingdoms come in and rule, and this includes the Huns. That's why he lists this treaty with the Huns and Alban, not just albino, but with the white Muslims now taking over the Muslim identity. So what do we see from 1400 all the way to about 1493, 1430, we begin to see a double-headed eagle. Why? Because now Esau has thoroughly taken captive Jacob and is using him as his slave. He's 20. And so that is how he rules the Holy Roman Empire all over the world. Okay, but it's really hiding their secret aristocracy that took over all of Europe for the Edomites. And they worked together through the various branches of Edom and with the Danites. So here's the story as to how the official Roman emperor, Holy Roman Empire, was chosen and why. So this is just a complete fabrication, right? The priest king of the earth, right? It is now 799 AD, and for the 3rd time in half a century, a pope is in need of help from the Frankish kings. After being physically attacked by his enemies in the streets of Rome, their stated intention is to blind him and cut out his tongue to make him incapable of service. Pope Leo makes his way through the Alps to visit the king of the Franks, Charles I. So Charlemagne is Charles I. Charles I. Charles I. At Paderborn. It is not known what is agreed to, but Charles travels to Rome in 800 to support the Pope, and in a ceremony in St. Peter's on Christmas Day, Charles I rises from prayer. The Pope places a crown on his head and acclaims him emperor, and Charles expresses displeasure but accepts the honor, and the displeasure is probably diplomatic, for the legal emperor is undoubtedly the one in Constantinople. Nevertheless, this public alliance between the Pope and the ruler of a confederation of black tribes now reflects the reality of political power in the West, and it launches the concept of a new Holy Roman Empire, which will play an important part throughout the Middle Ages. So this is the new Prester John, okay, just before the transatlantic slave trade and the Inquisition. And so this is Charlemagne, king of the Franks. This is the original picture. They have this sculpture, but this is a true rendering of him. So he looks very brown. 742 to 814 AD. And he is known as the Illuminator Master Lucan. So Lucan implies Lucifer. And Lucifer is very much associated with Esau's Christ. So this is a Holy Roman Empire. And Emperor Charles I. So this is another kind of Prester priest king. Charles the Most Serene Augustus, crowned by God, great and pacific emperor, governing the Roman Empire. To me, these are the things, the associations I'm making. Again, guys, this is theory, but this is what I'm seeing. And so these are the images. Why would you have this great aristocracy, these beautiful renderings? Eventually, we get to Charles V in the 1500s. Okay? Carlos Quintos. People like this Duke of Edom, Prince Henry the Navigator in 1394, the Portuguese explorer going all over the world. Okay? And even to the west, where the kings of the 10 tribes are ruling under Prester Johns there. And we see these conquests of these lands that are Hebrew lands, and you know they're Hebrews. Why? Because they're wearing the mitre on their head. A lot of people don't read scripture enough to, you know, in the mainstream, of course, the Hebrews, the Israelites, we know about it, but they're all wearing the mitres, and they're fighting in a war against the Europeans, because this is their land. These are Knights Templars, okay? There is something secret, a secret society going on that is hiding the Presters and the their ultimate agenda. So after that, we have white Europeans, the Lithuanians, taking over these empires. And Esau, Edom is mixed in with all of them. And of course, we have John Henry Hoffman V, who is a black descendant of Charlemagne, who lives in Europe, and he's a German, Frank. Okay? And so he is black royalty in Europe. And he's a producer and an actor, and so he is a descendant of these wealthy Edomites. This is a phony St. Maurice meeting with the Pope. But this is obviously a king meeting with the Pope and his other knights of the Knights Templar and the whole secret hidden society. This is a fresco of King David done in 1411 from the Hall of Giants. These are people or a culture that knows about giants in Fornio, Italy. And King Dawid is portrayed as black. Not just because he's a brown-skinned person, but because of the whole Prester thing. So there's so many of them that it's obviously, you know, the Knights Templar. Anyway, but eventually a lot of the original blacks there, along with the Edomite blacks, are moved out by the white Europeans. The German Palatines are from the Middle Rhine region of the Holy Roman Empire, including a minority from the Palatine. The wealthy region was repeatedly invaded by French troops, which resulted in continuous military requisitions and widespread devastation and famine. The poor Palatines were some 13,000 Germans who migrated to England between May and November 1709. Okay, so then when they were there, because they had tried to settle them in England and Irish colonies, right? So these settlements did not prove viable long-term, except those settled in Wexford and Limerick. And in the how do we know? Because you guys would have seen this in a lot of videos. And this is what he says about the Germans, and this is how we know. Since the detachment of English from Britain sent to America will have their places at home so soon supplied and increase so largely here, why should the Palatine Boers, okay, be suffered to swarm into our settlements by herding together, establish their languages? So Beor was one of Edom's sons, and so the Boers are associated with Edom, black Boers. These are Judah Israelites and 10 tribes Israelites mixed in with the Boers, mixed in with black Edom. By herding together, establish their languages and matters to the exclusion of ours. Why should Pennsylvania, founded by the English, become a colony of aliens who will shortly be so numerous as to Germanize us instead of our Anglifying them, and will never adopt our language or customs any more than they can acquire our complexion? Which leads me to add one remark, that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionately very small. So these are the 7 nations, Septimus Severus, in North America, okay? These are the Mongoloid people. Which leads me to add one remark, that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionately very small. All Africa is black or tawny, Asia chiefly tawny, America, exclusive of newcomers, wholly so. So they got the Mongoloids, they got the tawny Mongoloids there, but they also have the white people there, the white Europeans. And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, Swedes are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion. That means black or brown. As are the Germans also. Saxons only excepted, who with the English make the principal body of white people on the face of the earth. I could wish their numbers were increased, and while we are, as I may call it, scouring our planet by clearing America of woods, and so making this side of our globe reflect a brighter light to the eyes of the inhabitants in Mars or Venus, why should we, in the sight of superior beings, darken its people? Why increase? So who are they talking about? They're talking about the gods of Mars and Venus. They're talking about the aliens, fallen angels. Okay? In the light, in their eyes. That's who they're pleasing. Why increase the sons of Africa by planting them in America, where we have so far fair an opportunity by excluding all? Why increase? So who are they talking about? They're talking about the gods of Mars and Venus. They're talking about the aliens, fallen angels. Okay?
Fam, I
in the light, in their eyes. That's who they're pleasing. Why increase the sons of Africa by planting them in America, where we have so far fair an opportunity by excluding all blacks and tawnies of increasing the lovely white and red? But perhaps I am partial to the complexion of my country, for such kind of partiality is natural to mankind. So he's justifying that. And so the 10 tribes, after submitting themselves to Esau's Christ, to Prester John as their God king, as their priest king, they were worshiping all kinds of things. They were not worshiping according to Torah. So by the time Columbus came and it was time for them to be enslaved, the fruit was ripe for the picking. Look at this picture of Montezuma, with the authority of the eagle and the serpent over his head, the serpent all around him, the eagle authority on his head. This is not just a plain old Mitri from Torah. He's got the eagle feathers on it, and he's surrounded by the serpent of the world. And what does he say at the sight of Cortez, the conquistador? We know, said the unhappy monarch in his first interview with the Spanish general, by our books that myself and those who inhabit this country are not natives but strangers who came from a great distance. All right, so Isaiah 28:15 says of Ephraim, says as of the 10 tribes, and of course all of Israel, for you said, we have made a covenant with death, we have fashioned an agreement with Sheol. When the overwhelming scourge passes through, it will not touch us, because we have made lies our refuge and falsehood our hiding place. And of course, this is now the warning to the Gentiles. So later, when Columbus finally comes to the West, what he admits is the absolute truth. And that is that he's communicating with Ferdinand and Isabella about his journey to America. And when he goes there, he says, in that same month, on the basis of the information I've given your highness concerning the lands of India, and a prince called the Great Khan, which means King of Kings in our language, and of course we already said Lord of Lords, and how he and his predecessors often sent to Rome for doctors who could instruct them in our holy faith, and how the Holy Father never provided any, so that so many people believing in idolatries and proliferating prodigious sects among themselves have been lost. And so was Esau not keeping them in sin, worshiping a false king and Messiah that whole time? Esau's Christ? Wasn't he pretending to be Esau's Christ? And this is the left hand, so when the right hand arrives in the form of now another Christ, false Christ, they're steeped in idolatry and ripe for punishment. Khan means King of Kings. It doesn't just mean that. It's a derivative of Canaan. Canaanite, Khan, wrath of Khan, Mongoloid, mixed race, confusion by mixing. And so that is the kingdom of the priest, king priest of Babel own. How they began again the destruction of the temple of Israel here in the West. All right, so definitely Beasts of No Nation is up next week. The rise of the 7 nations. Okay, so thank you so much for watching. Baruch Atah. Shalom. Please like, subscribe, and share. Like, subscribe, and share. I encourage you to make a donation at livelightwell.com into alltruth.net, and in order to obtain a calendar, the Moed appointed times, and Chaya Eat Life and Fast. They enable us to live our lives Hebraically, to line up with the appointments or meetings with our Creator, who pours a message and a word into us and guides us into all truth. And it's by using these types of tools that we can remain faithful to our Elohim's word and enter into the promise. Okay, so it's not just a cookbook, Chaya Eat Life and Fast. It's about a Hebraic lifestyle, fasting, and the divine procession of life and order, and the Hebraic foods and healing, okay, from a Hebraic perspective. And so it helps you to line up with Yah's commands. Music by Elliston Stone and Lemo.
Israel, who love, worship, and praise Yahweh. Give him thanks by saying hallelujah.
All right, fam. So we are going to, I can't hear myself anymore, so this is going to be a bit of a problem. We had some kind of a tech issue. And so my apologies if you're hearing weird sounds, fam. So now I have to figure out how to mute this. Hold on just one second. But put your questions up and I'm going to answer them. And somebody named Lilith made a comment. Lilith, go back and watch from the beginning before you comment. You just jumped in here. So I'm going to have to put you in a timeout because you're just being rude. I hate doing that. I really do. So please, I know, I have to turn this sound off. Hold on one second. Lilith, please, you have to be respectful. You have to be respectful, of the Creator, and just running in here half-cocked. We know you just didn't even watch the whole thing and you just running in. it looks you look silly. You know, you don't want to look silly. Please watch from the beginning. And you know what? I'm not going to put you in a timeout. I'm going to give you an assignment. I'm going to give you an assignment to review all of the history I just displayed in this video. And I want you to list the different kings and and to make it really simple for you, you're going to list the epochs. Okay? You're going to list the captivities, the epochs, and the kings' names I've covered. And also those who they took captive and moved to Europe. Okay? Because I don't believe you've been watching from the beginning. I believe you're trolling or you're just running in here half-cocked. So I will wait while you do that. Okay? And you can do 3 or 4 quotes to list each epoch and the overarching king and the lands he went into and the biggest kings of all that he dealt with or might have conquered. So you're going to have to list the earliest era I referenced, then the next era I referenced, then the latest eras I referenced, and the 3 to 4 kings I referenced. So we can know that you've been watching. I'd appreciate that. Thank you. I know you can do it because you're honest and truthful. And if you're a liar, you can't. So anyway, back to the wonderful, beautiful people who are here. Let's I'm going to look at some of your questions here, fam. And what I've had to do is I've had to turn off my audio so that I'm not hearing an echo and you guys aren't hearing an echo. So can you just let me know that you can hear me okay? Just put in, type in a 1, hit that like button, and just let me know. And I really appreciate you guys. Pooch just set a box on her. Yeah. So thank you, TMZ. What does that stand for? Would you just put in the meaning of that? Sometimes there's names and, I have a decoder mind, so I can always decode what most people say, but I'm not sure what that is. Like that's TMZ, the TV show, or that spilling the tea, or I don't know. Anyway, so let's go to some of your questions and then hopefully I can screen share here to answer them. And like I said, TMs, I've got like coffee. Forgive me, fam. I got coffee here. I've got tea here. I have juice here. So, family, I'm a little bit like Mrs. Magoo is what people call me. I'm a little bit of the nutty professor. I'm clumsy and I can just get a little messy. So, I'm not perfect. That's why I'm a perfectionist. If it makes any sense. So I'm going to do some screen sharing here. For those of you, I think it was UTMs, you were asking about the geography. So the most up-to-date geography, because I used to think that Eden, the Garden of Eden, was essentially between Africa and North America, basically where the Gulf streams are and Atlantis is. But I switched that, and I used to think that the land of Western Europe, etc., and Britain was part of the Kingdom of Israel. But since it was revealed to me by where the great river Euphrates is, I was able to define that. And like I said, I'm coming up with the 3rd part and final part of the series on the 4 angels unleashed from the great river Euphrates, because they're tied to the 4 kingdoms. So basically in this video, I've been kind of reviewing to you the 4 kingdoms that Esau, Edom was over, and how they kind of split into 4, and the nations that were involved. So we see all we see Shem, Ham, and Japheth. But anyway, the geography is this. You guys were asking me about the geography, and the best explanation of it is my last 2 videos on the 4 angels that are unleashed from the river Euphrates. And so you can also look at my lands of Shem, Ham, and Japheth video. I got the lands of Shem, Ham, and Japheth right 2 years ago, 2 years ago, maybe, in my lands of Shem, Ham, and Japheth series. Please go ahead and watch that. But the land of Israel, I did not have it right because I didn't have the Euphrates right. And now I have the Euphrates right. And so what we know is Western Europe and Britannia is the land of Shem, however, and that is Sumeria. That is Shemeria. All right. And that includes India. And that includes kind of everything beyond what they call so-called Israel and Arabia today. All right. And so that's Shem's area. And then what we call Israel and Arabia today and Yemen, that is within the land of Israel. And everything up to North Africa is within the land of Israel. And everything all the way down to South Africa is within the land of Israel. So let me just show you, I guess I can show you, let me go to my land of Shem presentation so I can show you that map. If you'll just bear with me and go ahead and put your questions in the chat. Let me see, Shem's Lat, Southern Kingdom. I'm just trying to find it for you, fam. I kind of use PowerPoints and then I use an online as well. And oh, maybe I put it in my folder for that. Let me just double check. Yeah, maybe it's in that online folder. I have a lot of information. I process a lot of information and I'm just like kind of missing Mrs. Magoo here. Let's see. Just bear with me, fam. I wish I had some music playing for you guys or something. But that would be distracting me even more. What did I do with that? My latest maps. Beasts of No Nation. Seven Thunders. Hold on. Yeah, that's Beasts of No Nation. What did I do with it? I got a new computer, so I'm not really fully organized. I'm changing my organizational system as I have all these tech support issues. You know, when you get a new computer, new operating system, it's tech support issues. So let me see here. What did I do with that picture? Maybe I have to go into maybe I just have to go into Canva and find it for you guys and show that on the screen. I don't know if it'll show up, but let's try that. Let's see if it'll show up. All right, let's see. First, I have to find it because it was so important to determining that judgment, how that judgment is able to spread when the prophet goes and has a king of righteousness throw this book of judgment into Euphrates. And so then the judgment moves through the oceans, through the rivers, the 4 rivers really, but really moves to the north and the west. And that is what Yahusha will manifest when he comes on the clouds at this time. And then when he comes on the white horse. Let me just find it for you, fam. Family, let me know, who is anybody out there dealing with a lot of kind of health challenges coming from, you know, everything, the onslaught, the stuff in the clouds, the smoke of the beast coming up off the waters and stuff. Let me know if you are. Let me know if you are. So I've got the file in front of me, so just bear with me, family. I'm just looking for the image of the geography. That may be in my review portion here. I create these big, huge files. I know it's kind of hard for the TikTok brains to digest these. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, I found it. I know it can be hard for TikTok brain to digest these long videos, but you guys can do it. Most of those TikTok people are taking stuff from a lot of these presentations and so on YouTube, really. So you can do it. It's not a big deal. All right, I got it here. Okay. So because it's a matter of layering on, right? You layer into your understanding. All right, so let me see if I can do a screen share here. Video files, slides in PDF. Share screen. Okay. Okay, now I got, sorry fam, this is my share screen and system audio recordings. Sorry fam. Like I said, this is a new computer, so some of this stuff I have to set up as we're going. And I get so nervous. I get a little stage frightened because I don't know. I'm saying Google Chrome may not be able to access. Let's see if it does. So let's see. It's not, I don't see it showing up on there. Let's say window. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry fam, I have to open these preferences. Just bear with me, if you will. Google Chrome, screen, system, and audio recordings. Google Chrome, I've enabled that. System audio recordings only. Well, I said system and audio recordings, so what's the problem? I think it's saying that I have to close and reopen the tab. Well, I can't do that because I'm using Chrome. Chrome tab. Black Britain. Yeah, it's not going to let me do my whole desktop. Let's try again because I just enabled that. Let me just try it again. Maybe now it'll let me do it because I set the settings. No, it's still saying it's on. Okay, it's asking for a specific tab. That's really weird. Okay, so maybe what I need to do, it's only featuring specific ones. So It's like it only wants this browser. I don't know why it only wants one browser. And I can't use my desktop. Okay, so it won't let me use the desktop. So I'm going to have to go and find this in the browser, which I know where it is in the browser. That'll just take me 2 seconds here. If you'll bear with me, family. I'm doing tech here. So let me go into Canva. Go into this slide presentation. Just they're always distracting you with all their little questions when you use apps. It's just like, have you heard about our latest promotion? No, I don't care about it. I'm trying to do my work. It's like somebody running up to your desk in the middle of your work and just asking you stuff. Before you do your work, can I talk to you? No. No, you're not my child and you're not my boss. So I don't know why you think you can run up in here and talk to me at all. That's my thought. Anyway, okay, hopefully it'll let me do this. Let's try it. Oh my gosh, I've got this setting on here that just does this natural contraction. And I'm like, I don't want, did I say contract my screen over here? No, I didn't. Nobody said that, but yet it just does it. I don't know why. So, okay, let's do this. I think I've got it, fam. I hope you're still there. I think you guys are far more patient than me, so I'm going to believe y'all are still there listening. All right, so let's see, because I like things to flow. That's why I get impatient. So that's why I don't like lives, because everything's not flowing in the live. I don't like that. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to try and present again here. Share screen. Let's see if it'll, aha, here it is. Can you believe it, fam? It's a miracle. All right. It looks terrible, but anyway, it is what it is. So if you can see here, fam, this is from my video on the 4 beasts rising up from the sea. And I heard a beast rise up from the sea. So these are the lands, all right? We see Shem here in the purple. We see Ham in the red, and we see Japheth in the green. All right, is that making sense? And this is based on the Book of Jubilees and reverse Pangea. Did you guys know that Peleg was actually the one who designed the Tower of Babel? I just learned that yesterday. Can you believe it? One of the sons of... See, this is why I think the Shemites were the priests of On. And I think that's why Asenath married Joseph. So yeah, Peleg, one of the sons of Eber at the time of the dividing of the lots, he was not only tied to the allocation of lots, but because he was one of the architects of the Tower of Babel, the land got divided. And so this is according to the Book of Jubilees. These are the divisions of the lands. So we see like Australia, and then here are the lands. Should I zoom in some more? Let me check in on you guys, fam. I'm trying to use 2 computers right now because I need as much screen as I can. So let me know how you're doing, fam. Put a 7 in the chat if you guys are doing okay and you can hear me. And then I'll continue on with this. This is why I think the Shemites were... That's me talking. Okay. So I've got you on a delay, but I can't hear myself unless I turn the audio on. All right. So I'm going to try and zoom in on this a little bit more so you guys can see it a little better. Let's see. Oh my gosh. I wish I knew how to work neatly. When I was in art school, I always had like paint everywhere. I'm just like, it's always a lot of stuff. I'm always like, there's lots of stuff. Okay. Oh, why can't I? I'm trying to zoom in on this, and I don't know why it's not letting me. Normally you can. I may have to just bring it over here for a second, fam. Let me make these an adjustment here. I have to take it away from you and then bring it back. All right, I think this is much better. This is going to be better. All right, can put a thumbs up, fam, if you're understanding me. Let me see if I can see. Is this you guys? Yeah, that's you guys. I got to pull you guys away here. Okay, so you can see me. All right, I'm seeing all your comments. Let me just scroll down because I have you on another computer. That fog. Okay, so wait, let's answer some of these questions. That fog had something in it. Yeah, it actually started in 2020. I have a gas mask. Let me know, you guys, if you want me to do like and this would be people who are members on my site. Like you just have to subscribe. You don't have to buy membership. Thanks, Limelight. Thanks for saying number 7. You don't have to buy a membership or anything like that, but I'm wondering if people would like to advice as to how to deal with these illnesses and everything and how to protect yourself. Thanks for the thumbs up. Mezuzah. All right. So Puchna. Yes, exactly. Says Puchna, Limelight, as the eldest, he would get the double portion for sure. Exactly. That's the double blessing. So here we have the map, and I think you guys can see that pretty well now. And so what we have is the earth is divided into quadrants. Shem gets the double portion because he's the eldest son. What they've done, praise Yah, Gwendolyn and Vic Philly. What the Gentiles did was when they translated the names of the 3 sons and their genealogies in Genesis, maybe I should take you over to that, is they made it look like Japheth was the eldest son. But it's the way they're phrasing it, and it's the reason why they're ordering the sons in a particular order. They actually order from the youngest to the oldest because Shem's genealogy becomes the next topic of discussion after the genealogies of the sons are named. So it's almost like the publishers maybe just wanted to keep it all in that area. But Shem, as we learn in Jubilees, is the eldest son. It's very clear, not Japheth. But Japheth takes over his identity, and then everyone else steals it. But Japheth is given it by Yah for a season. So, all right, so we can see according to the double blessing law, and if you want me to cover it, I don't know, because there's a lot of questions we could go into. So let me know if you want to. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but when we do the whole reverse Pangea thing, then what happens is that this half of South America ends up as the neck of the head of Africa. And when we reverse Pangea, then India ends up as the horn of Africa, like the unicorn horn or the rhino horn. And everything, as I said in my last video and in my videos about the geography of the earth, the Mediterranean did not exist before. It was actually really the great river Euphrates. And the great river Euphrates is dispersed between the Black and the Caspian Sea. It splits there to provide the Yangtzes or the Tigris or Hiddekel for the West, China, etc., and Eastern Europe. And then from the Black Sea, which was originally called the Mare Negro, Mare Niagara, it splits and runs west over to North America into what we call the Great Lakes, which weren't there before either, where Niagara Falls is. So that's where the Black Sea falls and pours into. So the Niagara Sea falls and pours into the Euphrates in the west. So the Euphrates ran all the way across the west, all the way almost to California, and the Mississippi River ran down from it. And so you'll learn that in my video on the four beasts, but I hope this answers your questions. Praise Yah. Yeah, I hope this answers your questions. So this is the land of Shem. And what divides the question was, was North America split between Japheth and Ham? I can't remember. Let me look at the question here. After all that tech stuff just kind of blitzes my brain a bit. I'm just going to look for your question again. TMZ. Team AG. Your old name was Team AG. Okay. I'm looking for your original. Would you put it in again? I can't. You help me with my technical issues. I need your help, family. But basically the question was, who was sharing North America and South America? Like Ham and Japheth were sharing North America, and then South America was Ham's, or they were sharing that too. But no, South America was half of Shem's land, divided by the Gihon. The Gihon River is the Niger River, and it flows into the Gulf of Mexico as one of the 7 streams, as does the Euphrates, okay? And it goes all the way around Florida and the Gulf of Mexico to then pour into the Amazon. And there's another river, which they call the Congo River, which also pours into South America a little further down, and then pours into the Amazon River as well. So that's truly the Gihon. The Amazon is a portion of the Gihon River. And anything that is east of the Gihon River in South America is Shem's land. And anything west of it is Ham's land in South America. So South America, you can see this is an azimuthal map. So it's a top view map, but it also has the proper dimensions, because they always, even in the azimuthal top view Earth as a plane maps, they obscure the dimensions of Africa. All right, TMs. And let me know if I'm saying that right. I don't know, TMZ. So, but yeah, so this is proper dimensional representation as well of the Earth. So you see North America can easily fit into North Africa, right? So could Australia, obviously, so could China and Western Europe, because Shem got half the Earth. All right, let's look at some other questions. If you got any more questions on that, I can go into that, but let me just look for, yeah, and I know you, family, I do these videos, and, I kind of have to shield myself because I'm a bit too sensitive. And so it's easier for me to just do videos, but I want to make sure you guys are understanding. And I know there's a lot of newbies in, and sometimes you just want questions answered. And I can definitely answer a lot of questions. You don't mind a long-winded answer. So there's a diagram from 1828 that shows Black people as being Caucasians and white people being Europeans. How accurate is that in your opinion? I would not say that they were Caucasians. I would love to get a link. So if you can put a link, or go TMZ to my website, or put in the comments down here. But actually, I prefer you go to my website and email me and send me that link. But what I'm going to guess is today they believe that the Caucasus Mountains are currently between the Black and Caspian Sea, when in fact it's north of what we would call India and Elam, or Iran. Okay? Iran. So that was where the original, and if you go and watch this video on the 4 beasts and the 4 angels that are commanded to come up out of the sea, you'll see I give you the geography for that. I show you a bunch of old maps, and the region of so-called India was actually for a season, as I noted in this video, called Ethiopia. And above all that was the Caucasus Mountains. Why do I say that? I say that because the mountains and the Great Wall of China and India, so the Hiddekel, the Siberian steppes, as well as Mount Ararat. All right, so Mount Ararat in, let me see if I would really have to zoom in on this, but basically, as we can see from this geography, Mount Ararat and then the high mountains of the Siberian steppes and everything were all a literal the mountains were a physical wall to wall out the Europeans, to wall out the Japhethites, and to wall out Gog and Magog. And India had a great wall. Now, China, the Chinese are Canaanites. They're the youngest son of Canaan, Sino. However, China always had, I believe, out of all the Canaanites, probably had the best relationship with the Shemites. And they really kept to themselves. They kept to their own culture, but they did do trading, various trading with Africa, with the Shemites. I think all the other Canaanites, except for now, China's in Africa, but I think all the other Canaanites were always invading Africa. But I think one of the reasons why China is the longest standing empire is because I think as the youngest son, they just kind of dug in. And I suspect, and it's my opinion, that Satan just kind of said, no, we're going to save you for the very end because we're going to use you as kind of a go-between at the very end. So China had a Great Wall as well. So the Great Wall went all the way from China. There's one in India, and then the mountains are a wall all the way from India, all the way into Northern Europe. And that's what separates Shem's land from everyone else's land, including waterways. There's also waterways that do that. And so waterways are used to create borders. All right. I'm going to look and see if I have other questions here. Where does it say? Q, are the Saxons Isaac's sons? Yeah, that's what I believe. I believe that the Saxons are Esau, Isaac's sons. And there's a lot of books that deal with the etymology of that. Like I do talk about that in my video on Ireland, Ur of the Chaldees. And I read through, I think it's something like ancient history. There's a number of books, and I read from the book called Ur, Ireland, Ur of the Chaldees, and they review a lot of the genealogies. And the Isaac's sons become the Saxons because that's what Esau did. He lived by the sword and he would sack people, but so did the Vikings. And when we hear the word Viking, they're secured to the Kongs. So they're Gentiles, they're Japheth secured to the Kongs. That's why it has the Wa in it. So when you see the V for the Wa, that's the tent peg. So it's like they took their tent peg and they secured it to the house of Khan, the Vikings. And so the Vikings and the Scythians and all that, they're mixed. That's why they call them Indo-Europeans, because they become part of that Mongol horde, because they mixed. This is Japheth's crew who mixed in with the Hamites extensively. Whereas Javan, not so much. He still did because they were seafaring, and I think some of them were also Vikings. But there was arms and branches of Javan that were more loyal to Israel, of course, combated with Israel for rulership. So when you have, for example, when, according to Daniel, the rough goat floats over the ocean and comes into Africa as Alexander the Great, that's Esau, Edom, and he has mixed in with Japheth and with Ham. And these are the Greeks. But Javan is more of a powerful influence. This is the time of Japheth beginning his rule and takeover. So he's also a very more powerful influence in that group. And literally, because they were seafaring and everything, in the land of Dan, that's why it talks about, they have a port called Yaffo for Japheth. It means beautiful. Yaffo, or Japheth's port, is, and they talk about it in the Maccabees because they got all these ships running in and out of there, and that's Javan. Javan is the shipping port people. And so they got all these ships running in and out of Israel at the port in the land of Dan called Yaffo. And these were also the Philistines. The Philistines, everyone tries to say that they're Hamites. They're not. When you look at most of the real history on the Philistines in the Bible history, you'll learn that they're actually Japheth. They're just kind of hiding their identity behind Ham. There's one quote in the Bible where it says, I think it's from Cathay. They came from Cathay. Well, there's a Cathay in Canada, and there's a Cathay in Eastern Europe near China. So it's like you kind of can't tell if it's Ham or Japheth. But when you look at the actual history of the Philistines, they actually are the Greeks. They're the Greeks. And so they're tied to Alexander the Greek. And they had a port forever in the land of Israel called Yaffo. So this is all. I'm going to probably start my next video, fam, because I see the numbers are going down. I'm probably boring you guys to death. I need like direct questions. And let me see if Anglo-Saxons, a mixture of Caucasians. Anglo-Saxons. So the Caucasus Mountains is where the Horites were, of Mount Seir. They were also in the land of Shem there, but that is the land of Shem. They were also in Israel, because I guess there's 3 different Caucasian mountains. So there's the fake Mount Seir Caucasus Mountains between the Black and White Sea, Caspian Sea. There's the real one, which is above India and Iran. That's the original one. That's also called Mount Seir. And then there is a Mount Seir in Zaire, Africa. And I believe that's the original one that the angels came down on. Why? Because it's close to Eden. But I believe they shifted up, and they shifted up into those other lands because they got scattered and driven out, and they're cave dwellers. And when they were in the land of Japheth, then they were able to prosper the most, and that was the whole Tartarian kingdom, because they were able to corrupt Japheth. But even Japheth, I believe Japheth, there's just so much information. I don't know where I heard it. But literally, Japheth got kicked out of Russia also, if you want to believe that. Like, Japheth has kind of, the true Japheth is kind of really in captivity right now. It's the Canaanites who are running everything right now. They took over everything. So Anglo-Saxons, the Anglo would be mixed with, Esau. And the Anglo would probably be largely Canaanite, like the Vikings. Vikings mixed with the Indo-Europeans. Yeah, you mentioned Joseph's wife, the daughter of the priester of On. Yeah, I'm listening to you, Vic Philly, and then we're going to start our next video. Yeah, what I'm understanding, because Peleg was one of the architects of the Tower of Babel. And at the time, the land was divided. And then if you watch my last series on the 4 beasts, the 4 angels command the 4 angels be loosed from the Euphrates. If you watch that series, what you learn in part 2 is that one of the sons of Shem went into the old world, Ham's land, which is the old world with the most pyramids and everything, right? Excuse me, fam, I'm having a drink of my carrot juice. So he went and he saw something written on a rock. I think this is in Jubilees. And it was a spell, but he didn't tell Noah. And they began to do the old magic of the fallen ones. And because the Shemites were the priests, so for example, you have Terah, who was what? He was a maker of idols, right? But when you go and you actually read in the Apocrypha and you read, for example, I can't remember what his name is. I have to look at it. Hold on a second. When you read in the Apocrypha, it reads about how they actually animated these wicked idols. There's a spell, an explanation of the fact that they would put a spirit into an idol. So what you can gather from that is you're not just an idol maker if you're an idol maker like Terah was. You're not just chipping out some pieces of wood and, you know, handing them out and polishing them up and stuff, right? You actually have to perform some kind of priestly function of sticking a demon in that idol. That would make you a priest. When you read the account of Asenath, in the book of Asenath, they say it's a later book, but I don't believe it because there's so much of an emphasis on her hatred of the strangers and her dislike of the strangers. And it's like, wait a minute, isn't she a stranger? But how could she be saying that if she wasn't not a stranger? Do you know what I mean? And the only way she could not be a stranger would be if she was a Shemite. Because they were always told to go and get the daughters of Shem for wives. And so she was the daughter of a priest of On. And when you read in the account, she doesn't like the strangers either. She won't marry anybody. She is not interested in any of the Egyptians. She doesn't like their religion. She doesn't like any of it. She had been in it and had rejected it. And that's ultimately kind of is what allows her and Joseph to get married. And so that's why I think she's a Shemite. If that helps. Yeah. I would go and look up just PDF. Maybe I'll put it on my site, but it's like, what is it? The story of like Asenath. And if somebody can find it, would you guys just put it in there? It's like the story of Asenath and Joseph. Because Yah is very careful. Even if everyone else doesn't know what they're doing, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. So things may appear one way or be written one way, but he knows what he's doing. So, yeah, let's go on to the next video unless someone has a really urgent question. I think I did answer most of your questions. Are we closer to the conclusion that the Somalis are Canaanites, or is it still the case that they are Edom, said Limelight? You know, I don't know about the Somalians. I think that maybe they're Egyptians or Cushites, but then they're mixed with Shem some way, kind of how. Excuse me for just taking a sip of my carrot juice. But it's their kinky hair that makes me say they're some kind of a hybrid. So, and they have in Jamaica, I'm not trying to insult anybody, but it's like, you can tell people who are like Edomites or mixed with Canaan or mixed with the Hamitic nations, because in Jamaica they say them have buck forehead. In other words, their forehead, you know, like somebody has buck teeth. They're like, they have a big forehead. And that's the brachiocephalic head shape, right? So in Jamaica, they say, oh, you have buck forehead. So your forehead bucks out. So they have that forehead. They have that head shape. And that's what distinguishes bloodlines and seed lines. Like there are bloodline connections, seed line connections, but one of the distinguishing features, I believe, of the sons of Noah, but most in particular the sons of Jacob, the children of Jacob, is that dolichocephalic head. There are those among the Japhethites who still have that head, but I think that Noah's sons really have that, and then it's most pronounced amongst Israel. It's the brachiocephalic index. I hope I answered your question. I get a little nervous, but I've gone back and forth on the Somalians. I've thought they were Canaanites because of the buck forehead. And then I'm like, are they Egyptians or are they Cushites? Because you do kind of see that among the Ethiopians a bit too as well. I think the Ethiopians are Shem, Ham, and Japheth, though. All chocolate brand, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And even Canaanite, chocolate brand Canaanite, you know. Let me see here. There's the Cherokees. Yeah, I think that the Cherokees are Romans too. I was Limelight. I was watching that on what's his name's channel. I can never say his name right. I'm dyslexic. I read everything right to left, so it just gets really confusing. But anyway, Kimeru Ahu, he's really a good. He's my personal researcher. I told him that. It's like, you're my researcher. So he brings out all these good books, and he did this whole thing on the Cherokees are the Iraqis, are the Romans. They're the true Romans. I believe that too, sincerely, because of all the red stuff. And they really have, like the Cherokee, the Cree and stuff, especially in Canada in the East, they're very emphatic about their identity. And so I'm going to guess, but I'm not sure, but I believe that because Chittim was Japheth, yeah, I think the Cherokee are Rome and they're Japheth. And it's really interesting. What's really interesting is that when the rough goat comes over, he dies, and then the four kingdoms come out of him. So, and it's a leopard first. I think it's a leopard first. Yeah. It's a leopard. I think it's a leopard, and it has four wings. So we know the Ethiopians are leopards. They're leopards because it's a spotted nation. It's a mixture of nations. But when that, no, the first one is the lion. When the lion comes over, and that's Italy. Italy, it says his wings fall off. So he's got to have come from a distance, right? He's a lion with wings. His eagle's wings fall off, and he becomes a man. So I'm going to decode that for you when I do my final video, so we can understand how he became a man. It's very interesting. And it's the turning point, it's the explanation for everything. So anyway, let's go on to the next video. I keep saying I'm going to do it, and I don't, because I'm like, oh, I got to be diligent with these questions. But if you can, when we do our next break, then if you can just copy paste all your questions back in at the end, like when I go into question period, and then I can be very thorough with them. Rather than just talking, I can actually show you stuff, because that'll help me, because I get a little nervous like with the researching while I'm talking to you, and at least I can bring up some tabs or something that I can visually show you to answer your question more quickly rather than just talking off the top of my head. All right, so let's go to this next video. Let me see. So I'm going to do a presentation. So this is kind of part 2. I was just like, I'm going to watch all these videos so I can prepare for this next video and see what I would want to take from them. And I was like, why don't I just watch them with everyone else so you can get some of this base coat down onto your canvas. And then when I bring up the other stuff, you'll be like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. I can see where she's coming from on all of that. Let me see, Prester John. We're going into Prester John. All right, so we're going to do Prester John, Genghis Khan. Oh, Prester John Beast Mode. Should I do the 7 Nation Horde? I might be doing these out of order. Let me just see something. So we just did Esau's Christ. So one is Genghis Khan. The other one, yeah, that's going to be a big review. And that goes into Mansa Musa. And the Punic Wars a little bit. Let's look at this one. You know, I feel kind of bad because the Gentiles have been taught so many lies that the full scope of history, they're always mentally excluding Africa from history. So they just can't get the whole picture. But Yah's done it that way for a reason. Okay, so Prester John is Genghis Khan, Esau of the 7 Nation Horde. So we're going to do that. Okay, here we go. U.S.C. 107 federal law allows citizens to use copyrighted media for fair use. That is criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody.
Kuma, Yahweh, Weaputsu Yideka, Weanusa Misaneka, arise of you, O Yahweh. Kuma, let your enemies be scattered, and let those that hate thee flee from before thee. Let all of Yasharah, Israel, who love, worship, and praise Yahweh, give him thanks by saying hallelujah.
Shalom and welcome to Into All Truth. We welcome donations and we thank you everyone for donations that you made for calendars and cookbooks, which the update should be coming out before the new Hebrew year, the new Israelite year. Make a donation of $35 or more at livelightwell.com and you'll get both the calendar and the Hebraic lifestyle Chaya Eat Life and Fast book. You'll get the calendar and the cookbook. Just remind me to send you an update once you've purchased it with a proof of receipt. We thank you for everyone who's donated. And I pray that as you listen to this study, that the Ruach HaKodesh will lead you into all truth and show you things to come. Baruch atah kulam, in the name of Yahusha HaMashiach. Amunah. All right, so this is all about Prester John, and this is a complicated subject. So the Kabbalah says that in order to make someone into a slave, you have to make them white, blanco, into a tabla rasa, a blank slate. Blank is what black means, a blank slate transformed into a thing or slave of your making. Part of that is erasing memory and mixing with the white soul of the bleached seed of the fallen. So this is a continuation of the shift of the identity from Jacob to Esau and back again, because Esau is the end of the world and Jacob is the beginning of it that follows. This is the rise of the fourth man, who is really Prester John. He's the mixed multitude. He's Esau and Nimrod. He is Egypt, which Esau inherited Egypt. But there is an actual fourth man beyond Esau who comes along, but this is part of that story. So Jeremiah 25:8 says, "Therefore thus saith Yahuwah, since ye believe not my words," this is what he says to Israel, "behold, I will send and take a family from the north and bring them against this land and against the inhabitants of it and against all the nations round about, and I will make them utterly waste and make them a desolation and a hissing and an everlasting reproach. And I will destroy from among them the voice of joy, the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom, the voice of the bride, and the scent of ointment and the light of the candle, and all the land shall be a desolation. And they shall serve among the Gentiles 70 years. And when the 70 years are fulfilled, I will take vengeance on that nation and will make them a perpetual desolation. And I will bring upon that land all my words which I have spoken against it, and all the things that are written in this book." So we know there were a couple of captivities that went for 70 years, but also, there's the prophecy of Daniel. But anyway, so this is all about Esau as the fourth man, and even the more corrupted seed that comes out of that we'll get to in other episodes. But he has a connection to the fourth man because he is the inheritor of the kingdom of Nimrod, and so he is the king of Egypt. And the Egyptians knew the fourth man was coming because, of course, Shem, Abraham, and Isaac, everybody knew about him and promised him to the Egyptians. And of course, Nimrod. Of course, Nimrod and Nebuchadnezzar saw the fourth man, who is Yahusha, Jesus Christ, the Messiah, in the midst of the fire and knew he was coming. So there's the fourth man, Yahusha, who is proclaimed by the scattered tribes. And then there's the Antichrist embodied in Prester John as the false priest and false Messiah. So when they talk about all these other nations who have their own Christ figures and the Messiah, Yahusha, is not real, they knew he was coming. They were told about him because it was a promise unto all the nations. Now, it's something that's important for you to know is that the scripture, Yah, calls the end from the beginning. So there are many battles with the seven nations. Okay, and the seven nations come out of Mount Seir, Mount Horeb, Hermes, where the 200 angels descended and mixed in with women. Okay, and we know that Abraham went to war with those seven nations, and we know the 12 tribes of Israel went to war against those seven nations, and so they are related to Egypt and the fallen and the seed of Satan. So that. And Nimrod was a giant. He was Rephaim. And so when Esau killed him, he inherited that kingdom, Babylon, the kingdom of the Rephaim. According to lost tribes and the promised land, the Israelites seem to have wandered eastward from their original exile to the Oikoumene. Now, these are the maps. We're going to look at some of them, but I don't think they're the authentic ones because they're crudely rendered. There are a series of maps that show these kings, these Prester Johns, and there is one in particular that shows a monarch with a three-pointed crown, the only king, by the way, who is standing on the whole map, holding out branches of golden fruit towards his followers, nobles, clergy, peasants, and bourgeoisies who are gathered around him in various postures of obseisance. They are surrounded by trees, flowers, and more of the golden fruit, all suggesting a domain of abundance and tranquility. How can this man be anything but a savior? But there is nothing of the traditional imagery of Jesus about him. On the contrary, the inscription reads, Antichrist. He will be reared at Chorazin in Galilee, and when he is 30 years old, he will begin to preach in Jerusalem, and contrary to all truth, he will say that he is Jesus Christ, the Son of the living God, and it is said he will rebuild the temple. All right, the second mention of Jesus is on the Catalan map, and then it is in the context of that, what hardly seems Christian again. So the map seems to say contrary to all truth is this claim made. It's very ambiguous. So this is very much Esau playing two sides. The right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing, and the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. So we have a combination of Israel fleeing and scattering to the four corners of the earth, while Esau takes over his kingdoms. And of course, Alexander the Great was descended from Esau. And what it says here is that we must consider another relevant tradition. Many Jews and some Christians as well believe that the peoples walled in by Alexander the Great were not Gog and Magog, but the lost tribes of Israel. Some resolve the matter by considering the lost tribes, Gog and Magog, to be one and the same. And others went on to conclude that the Tartars were the lost tribes. But of course, the Tartars were fallen angel seed. For in the remotest corners of the earth, near the inscription on these kinds of maps of this Antichrist to come, it says further out on the unknown ocean sea beyond Asia, yet another inscription reads by Isaiah the prophet, I will send those that escape of Israel unto the nations in the sea, into Africa and Libya, and to the islands far off that have not heard of me and have not seen my glory, and they will announce my glory to the nations. What I want to show you is these are the various images of Prester John. And one is by Smirnov to the left, where he's looking very Mongolian, very kind of Chinesey. But this is an image of a Prester John, because Genghis Khan was a Prester John. And the Prester John was to come out of the Abyssinians, okay? The Abyssinians, and there are many associations with Abyssinia. It's Sino. Abi means father, Sino. So the father of Sino, the father of Canaan, the father of the Chinese, which is Canaan. Eos in Greek means age, okay? So father of the age of sin, all right? So I am just putting forward that this is truly Esau, and that he moves from the kings of Israel to the kings of Israel sinning, and then Esau takes over the identity, okay? But this is what Abyssinios means. Sino, like I said, is the son of Canaan. Khan is another name for Canaan, and this is the age of the Raphaim, the dead things that come up from out of the sea, the other offspring, the seed of Satan. And you can see here that it says El Preste Juan, so this is Spanish, Emperador de los Abyssinios. So the fathers of the age of sin, or the fathers of the Canaanites, the Mongolian horde, who are mixed with the Raphaim. Ishaba. This is the Ethiopian for Abyssinia, or married to Abba, but it becomes Abyssinia. Abyssinia which means a mixed multitude. Babylon defined means confusion by mixing. So this is the horde. The abyss in the lower parts of the earth, or hell, is called Tartarus. That's the Hebrew word for it. Tartarus, Tartaria, Tartarus. So this is where the Mongolian horde comes from. Ethiopian is also drawn from the term utopian, because you'll see as we talk about Prester John, there's all this mystery around him and this utopian society he has that you can dream of across the sea, because this is the myth of this great kingdom, this utopia that will be built. The Egypt that is covered over with mounds and buried, and then out of that rises up Babylon. And those who live in Babylon, who are deceived by it, will never really realize that it's Babylon, because that was hidden. Okay? And the people who help create this are the people coming up out of Tartarus. Why? Because they're Raphaim. They're mixed with the Raphaim. All right? And so this is Sin, Sino, Canaan, the fallen seed. All right? So this is one of the first Prester Johns in the region of what we call Asia. And I'm going to go into directions soon. So there's a whole order and identity theft and transition that goes from this that actually matches the journey of Joseph and his sale to the Midianites, to Ishmael, to Esau, and then Esau takes over, and then Moses returns Israel back to the promised land through his marriage to Zipporah, the daughter of the Midianite priest. The priesthood is returned to them, and it has been kept by the Midianites, okay, in the land. And so this is really about that journey of kings and how Yah allows HaSatan to do it through Esau and these various nations. Now, when Israel was sent into captivity, and they had many captivities, Abraham and Isaac went captive to Egypt. Jacob went captive to Laban. And then Joseph went captive at the hands of his 10 brothers to the Midianites. Okay, the Midianites were the descendants, was one of the sons of Keturah and Abraham, the second wife of Abraham. They then traded him to the Ishmaelites, who then sold him to the Egyptians. And then Esau and his wizards and some of the leaders of Egypt, Ramses the first and second, were also descendants of Edom. We're going to show you. And so when Israel was captive in Egypt, the wizards of Baal, so Balaam and Jannes and Jambres were from Chittim, okay, which is where a woman named Jania came from. And Jannes and Jambres were also from Chittim, which became Rome. Those were also descendants of Esau mixed with Japheth. Okay, these wizards and these kings kept Israel captive in Egypt with their spells and magic and their authority. Now, when Israel was heading out of Egypt, then the Midianite Jethro, the same Midianites who bought Joseph and sold him to Ishmael, then Jethro or Ruel and Zipporah, his young daughter, were a sanctuary for Moses, and Moses married Zipporah. And so they remained in the land of Israel and kept the priesthood until it was time for Israel to return. I want you to know about Dan and Ephraim as well, because Dan becomes a snare for Israel, and so does Ephraim, and they aren't part of the 144,000, although Joseph is, because Joseph was split into two tribes, Ephraim and Manasseh. So Joseph is still counted. But Ephraim goes by the wayside because of Haman, who builds the temple for Solomon and the pyramids for Solomon. Okay, so he goes into corruption. He has them worshiping fallen gods, and Dan is also part of that. All right, so there is a whole pattern here that we're going to follow throughout history. And this is the code. This is the Kodesh, set apart way. And so this pattern repeats over and over again. And Esau is trying to what? He's trying to overcome Jacob, as was his promise. So we're going to look at Roland Saunders' Lost Tribes of the Promised Land. We're going to read from that and a number of other books. Let's just start off with this, though. So we're going to kind of jump in at 2 points. We're going to jump in at the fall of the temple, and then after that, we're going to jump in during the conquests, the Muslim conquests of Europe. And in these climates, because there was so much chaos and the Negroes were still ruling the world, and Prester John or Esau was still trying to take over these empires, the transitional period, and Israel was being scattered, then the Europeans in the north, we're not talking about the Greeks or the Romans, okay, the Greeks were mixed in with Israel and the Romans were mixed in with Esau. We're talking about the farther reaching Gentile nations. And this doesn't include Tarshish, because Tarshish, their ships went everywhere. So they were doing all kinds of things. But we're talking about the masses who were not raised in the resplendent glory and education, and most of all, the spirit of Yahuwah that Israel was, and the Shemites were, who are all over Africa, because Africa is the land of the Shemites. So they were in Europe, and they were in a state of ignorance. The masses were. okay? And a lot of those tribes of Japheth. And so they would hear these stories about these distant lands as they were rising up and being converted and beginning to understand the scriptures and the way of Yah according to his promise to them. So at the time, what the Europeans might see are these ancient maps like of Oku Mene, and they would see images of black magi riding horses or camels through the desert, or somewhere in the fabled capital of Cathay, Asia. And, you know, they might be a recurring kind of a figure. They would have more of a sort of anthropological picture of this land. They weren't familiar with Ethiopia or the South or the eastern places like Asia. I see some images of black kings. But then what would arise would be this image of these particular black kings in West Africa, bearded and draped in austere, undecorated robes and with these regal frames on these maps. And he would be carrying a scepter in one hand and a gold nugget in the other, as in this image. And this is known as Musa Mali, or the Lord of the Negroes of Guinea. And this king was supposed to be one of the richest and most noble lords in all of the region on account of the abundance of gold that is gathered in his land. And then you'd see this portrait of Mansa Musa, who reigned from about 1307 to 1332 as king of Mali, ruling the empire of that region as Ghana had been before it. And then you would see around 1324, Mansa Musa had gone on a pilgrimage to Mecca. So then he's on the other side of the country. And then he would be also known to be somewhere in Timbuktu, the capital of world renown, hiring a celebrated architect from Moorish Spain to design buildings for it. And then the Muslim would be residing there. And now there talks about how there was a Catalan atlas that paid tribute to a portrait of him, and it's sort of honoring the trans-Saharan trade, which brought a lot of trade to Moorish cities in North Africa and thence into European markets. And of course, quote, black slaves as well. This would be the Hebrews at this particular time. And also in these maps, there would be islands and so on placed beneath Asia. So this is, I guess, towards maybe Australia and stuff. And this would be these unknown parts of the ocean, the medieval inexactitude of this era, which characterizes the whole easternmost section of the map. So this is how, you know, I don't have images necessarily of these maps, but this is how the Europeans are perceiving these foreign lands that they've never been to, because it wasn't the norm for them to travel there. It says the two black kings of the Catalan Atlas. That's this one. Of course, one's white, so this can't be the right map, but they're saying it is. Tell us something about the European vision of the darker races of mankind of that era. An old world relationship with the African race that has been known to Europeans since antiquity and achieves a certain clarity, and in the other case makes out only the dimmest outlines of a relationship yet to come. There are misrepresentations on both sides, and the brilliant golden light in which Africa is seen softens the dark shadows of servitude that will soon come. The black Jews of Majorca are among the first ones they talk about in the book. As I've said before in my other videos, north, south, east, west is all confused. Well, east and west in particular. All right, so let's keep going. Prester John, here is what we get from the New World Encyclopedia and the Jewish Encyclopedia. All right, who was Prester John? Tiglath-Pileser. Okay, who was Tiglath-Pileser? Prester John. This is the Hebrew form of the Akkadian Tukulil Apil Eshara, meaning my trust is in the son of Isara. Isara being the main temple dedicated to the gods of Ashur in the city of Ashur or Assyria. So Esau, right, was the king of the Neo-Assyrian Empire from 745 BC to his death, and one of the most prominent and historically significant Assyrian kings, and is widely regarded as the founder of the Neo-Assyrian Empire. Again, this is Esau. The name is right there, Ishara. So this was one of the first Prester Johns. The Edomites called themselves Jews historically at a certain point during the book of Esther. And in the book of Esther, they had this Esther and Mordecai, her uncle, who were two Benjaminites, were in captivity to the Medo-Persians. And Esther married Osiris. And Haman had gone against them. Haman was a descendant of Esau, who was a descendant of Amalek, the son of Esau. And so Haman, the priest, had come against them many times. All right? And when Osiris sided with the people of Israel, the king commanded that they were able to have vengeance against those who sought to attack the Jews. All right? So let the Jews have vengeance against their attackers, which would be the Edomites. And so everyone in the province and in every city, wheresoever the king's commandment and his decree came, the Jews had joy and gladness, a feast and a good day. And many of the people of the land became Jews, for fear of the Jews fell upon them. So in other words, rather than be avenged, they said, oh, we're Jews, don't come and avenge against us, because we're Jews too. We're Jews too. Don't take any vengeance out on us, because we're Jews too. Okay? So that is what happened. If you can't beat them, join them. So there is so much depth and research to the story of the man and the mystery of Prester John that I could not do it justice in just one video here, but I'm just going to try to codify it for you guys. I'm going to try to bring it down to the Yahusha code, to the Kodesh set apart scriptural code, to just kind of figure out who he is and whether or not he's real. And of course he is real. It's just all about the transition from Jacob to Esau and from black to white that obscures his history, because of course he's the ruling, conquering kings of Judah and Israel who are spread to the four corners, and Esau chases him with Dan in the lead or in the rear. And then the kingdom is given over to the Gentiles. So that's why his history clearly is so hidden and convoluted. We have Esau trying to claim it and make him into a serpent worshiper and a Khan. And then, of course, the 10 tribes are mixed in with him and they're subservient to him. But of course, they would have conquered many lands for him. And of course, because Sheba and Keturah are mixed in as well through the lines of Abraham and Moses and Dawid, then we do have those true Davidic lines mixed in through the Eritreans. So I'm going to try and do what I can to cover this, because there's a lot of references to Septimus Severus, to him ruling over the 7 kingdoms, or being the 7 kingdoms, or the 7 mountains of the earth, or the 7 masses of the earth, which is referred to in Revelation. So, you know, it's a lot of stuff to cover. And so I'm just going to try and give you some general, do some reads from some books, of course, and couple of articles and websites. I'll try and provide some cohesiveness with it, but I think the thing that's going to become most clear in all of this is the difference between Esau and Jacob, and of course all of the relationships with the descendants of Abraham and the roles they played in the captivity of Israel to Egypt and their release. So that's always the overriding code. So one thing I want to show you very clearly is that throughout this lesson, we're going to see the difference between Esau and Jacob, and these are going to be very fine differences, as I've shown you before. And this is the twinning of Esau in the identity of Jacob. They were twins, okay? All right, and so you're going to see that Solomon is a title that is taken by Esau. Solomon was a king and a leader and a person, and then it becomes a title. So the Masons use Solomon as a title to initiate Masons. And there's actually a son who's descended from Herod named Salome. And there's a Salome that talks about the Solomon Islands and all this kind of stuff. This is, sorry, I've got spelling mistakes here. This is Esau acting in that false identity and title of a King Solomon type. Israel had the true King Solomon. So Jacob's on the right, Israel's on the left. Jacob is the right hand, Israel is the left hand. So I want you to understand, this is why the scripture says, don't let the right hand know what the left hand is doing. This is why the book of Jasher talks about the secret left hand of Yah. And when you look at the images of Shem, Ham, and Japheth that I've shown you through all these videos, you'll see they all have two left hands because that's how they're painted on the Egyptian temples, with two left hands, because they're serving Esau. They're serving Egypt. Don't let the right hand know what the left hand is doing. So Solomon is used as a title, like I said. Now David is also used as a title, even though there was a true King David who was a king and a priest. He wore the ephod. He danced before the ark as it was brought into the temple, and he ate the showbread. The priest wears an ephod. An ephod is not a loincloth because David was both king and priest. He was the first king priest. Okay. Prester John is like the prophet John and the apostle John. Okay. So it's a title that is taken from these two prophets, priests, and apostles that were in high regard in the view of Yahusha, the Messiah. Okay. Korah is also going to be stolen. The priests of Korah were the descendants of Levi, like Moses and Samuel and Aaron. Okay. So these were the Levites. So they have a Korah as well. The twinning effect, right? So Judah, there was a tribe of Judah on the right-hand side in Israel, the true tribe of Judah, the leaders of Israel, the lion, out of which the king and priest came. So they have a Judas as well. They call themselves Jews. And they had a Judas Iscariot, who was a Karaite. He was from Karaite. We're going to see what that more information on that. We're also going to see that among the Ethiopians, because the Ethiopians through Zephorah and Moses, through Keturah and Abraham, through David and Sheba, okay, and through Solomon and Sheba, there was a union with the Ethiopians repeatedly through those Midianite lines that grafted them into the priesthood and kingdom, okay? So that became the Zagwe dynasty. It was then overthrown and usurped by Amalek, okay? Amalek, Yakuno Amalek. So that's who Haile Selassie was. He was an Edomite. He says Amalek overtook this kingdom. And so this kingdom, which was coming from, like I said, it's going to be the same pattern as the captivity of Joseph, right? The Midianites. Then Ishmael gets mixed in. And then afterwards, Dan, you're going to find, acts as a transition over to Esau as well. just like the other brothers do, because Dan is a traitor. Tribe of Dan is a traitor. He's a serpent in the way. He's a serpent and the eagle. And Esau is an eagle too, and so is Egypt. So he overtakes the Ethiopian kingdom, all right, as Amalek. So that's since about the 1300s, Esau took over the identity of Ethiopia. Now, Israel calls themselves, sorry about the spelling, guys. Israel calls themselves Israel, right? Israel calls themselves Israel. But Isaac's sons call themselves Saxons, Isaac's sons. Esau's sons call themselves Isaac's sons because they're not Jacob's sons. Now, why is Israel going to run around and call themselves Isaac's sons, Saxons? They have no reason to whatsoever. None. Because they're Israel. But Isaac's sons are Esau's son. And so this is how Esau worms his way into the identity of Israel. Now we're going to find out there's a difference between Nega, which is like a priest or a prince, versus Negad, who is a prince, a noble prince in Israel, the Hebrew word. So you see these are fine differences. And then there's a difference between Africa, the word Africa, and the descendants who come out, who have that name. So descendants of Keturah, descendants of Judah, and descendants of Manasseh have the name Africa. But then the Egyptians, descendants of Ham, use the word Pharaoh, a Pharaoh, which relates to the dust of the earth that is spitten, and out of it comes flies when Moses delivers Israel. But the words sound very similar, and the names of the lands sound very similar. So east is west, and west becomes east because of these fine differences. Also, as I said, Esau calls himself Jews, Jushi, Jutes. Israel calls themselves, well, the southern kingdom, Yahudi, because it's Yah is at the beginning. So like I said, west becomes east and east becomes west. So this is what we have to unpick. Now, presbyter has the word house in it. House of Prester. So Prester can also mean Zane, but we'll go into that, or John, right? So Johanna means chosen of Elohim. So there's no J's in Hebrew. So this is Johanan or Yehochanan. It has to do with Enoch or Hannah, seed of Anah, seed of Israel. Johanna, okay? So the chosen of Elohim, that's what presbyter relates to. But we know that Solomon had the widow's son build his temple, who was from the tribe of Ephraim, right? And so there was this king, Shalmaneser, who was from the Babylonian king. It's the same kind of name, Solomon. So this is when Solomon's name is exploited because of the whole Masonic movement that comes from Solomon, because he is unfaithful. And he mixes with all these different wives and nations. And so the seed is corrupted. So Shalmaneser, King Shalmaneser, is a Babylonian king. And notice, and this is associated with the term nester. Okay, well, what makes a nest? An eagle. All right, so what do we learn about the Karaite Jews? Well, they descend from Judas Iscariot. All right, Matthew 10 says Simon and the Canaanite and Judas Iscariot, who also betrayed him, Yahusha. These are the Karaite people. So Judas Iscariot, he came from Karioth. Iscariot is not a word in any known language. It is believed to be a corruption of the Hebrew word Ishkarioth. Karioth was a small village on the southward extremity of the territory of Judah, about 15 miles south of Hebron. This territory was occupied by the Edomites. The Edomites descended from Esau, who took wives from the line of Ishmael. and also from the Canaanites. Ishmael, we know, is the son of the flesh, and they are not. All right, and so this is what the Catholic Dictionary says about Prester John. The name of a legendary Eastern priest and king, the fabulous wealth of the head of this supposed Christian kingdom in the Far East furnished abundant material for writers in the Middle Ages. Wolfram von Eckenbrock in Parsifal, this is what they're saying was the rumor, or that was the story. But according to Marco Polo, Prester John was Unk Khan or On Khan for centuries. That is Prince of the Cariots. Prince of the Cariots. A Mongolian tribe was believed to have to be Prester John of the legends. His sacerdotal character, so the Saracens were Esaurians, was considered due to the fact that he might have been dedicated to the priesthood in his cradle according to the Nestorian custom, nesting eagle custom. In Jerusalem, early in the 15th century, the Abyssinian priests described their country to the Portuguese merchants as the kingdom of Prester John, which accounts for the persistent search by the Portuguese discoverers of that century for the kingdom and for the king himself along the coast of Africa and the East Indies. Karaite Judaism. All right, Karaism. Now, Kara does refer to the East, okay? So Karaite Judaism, Karaism, they maintain all of the divine commandments handed down from Moses that were written in the Torah without additional oral law, Torah. But the Karaite Jews do not consider the written collections of oral tradition in the Midrash or Talmud as binding. So this is the section of Jews who are going to stick with the true Judaism. All right, and so they stick to a plain meaning, but we're just trying to show you where they're coming from. They're coming from Esau. And they have the Carians from the hinterland of Miletus enter history as mercenaries in the service of the Egyptian king Psamtik, and along with their Ionian or Greek neighbors in the 7th century. So that gives you an idea of who they are. So I want to make this distinction here with the word Africa, and I've done this in other videos. And so this is from Asiatic Researches, and it talks about the fact that the Bengali and the Burmas pronounce this word differently, Afara, and it means different things. All right, let's start here. Aphariam or Ephraim, okay, and Epharia are regular derivative terms from Aphara, and from them is obviously derived Iberia, the ancient name of the western parts of Europe. Remember, east is west and west is east, including Gaul and Spain. Homer uses in that sense the appellations of Hyperia and Aphra. So this is what Africa is named after. 1 Kings 9:28, we've already gone over this. And they came to Ophir and fetched from thence gold 420 talents and brought it to King Solomon. So this is the land of Shem. And this is how you spell Ophir here in Hebrew. Aleph, Ah, or Wah. Then the face, the Yod, and the Resh. This is Aphra. So you've got the head leader, you've got a state of awe, you've got his face or mouth, you've got the right hand and the head leader. So this is really speaking to reducing to ashes in some cases, which happens to Israel, or it's a land or a city in southern Arabia in Solomon's trade route where gold evidently was traded for goods. Characteristics of fine gold. So this is Strong's H211. So that's one of the meanings. So I'm going into this because this is differentiating the Shemites from the Canaanites. All right? So this is the Egyptian, Canaanitish, Esaurian version of the same sounding word. And it's with an ayin and mouth or face and leader. So this is the all-seeing eyes, face, and leader. This word, Strong's H6080. All right? So David and his men went by the way, and Shemi went along the hills over against him and cursed as he went and threw stones at him and cast dust on his head. So dust, dry earth, powder, ashes. And what did Yah say to Moses? Stretch out thy rod and smite the dust of the land that it may become lice throughout all the land. So this is what's associated with this word, Pharaoh. Or the West, America, North America is Pharaoh. Africa is Pharaoh. It's awe of Yah. They have an awe for Yah. All right, and so we see, here's another word for it, and it starts with the tent peg, wah. Doesn't have the aleph, it's just aleph, and then it has the watchful eye, ayin, and the mouth and the head, or the face and the head. But the thing is, it's secured by awe. All right, it has the face and the head and a watchful eye. And so Ezra, the sons of Ezra, one of them is named this Afar, okay? And this is actually a descendant of Judah. And then the children of the half-tribe of Manasseh were also named this same word, Afar. Now, I may interchange this with Ephraim. I sometimes get it switched around, so forgive me if I do. But it's the same word, awe, for the watchful eye of the face of the leader. That's what they had. They had awe for Yah. Okay? And then we find also that Keturah had a son, Midianite, that Jethro and Zipporah came from. Zipporah married Moses. And one of his sons' name was Ephraim. So he had awe for the face and watchful eye of the leader, Yah. Okay? But sometimes he did. All right? And so Jethro kept the scepter and the sapphire staff of Joseph. And the Midianites dwelt in Mount Sinai until Israel reclaimed the land. So what has happened before will happen again. Who are the Midianites? They dwelt in the tents of Kedar. What does the Song of Solomon say? Black, black, I am black, is what the Shunammite said, like the tents of Kedar. So the Hebrews were black-skinned. All right? So these are Shemitic people, even slightly half Hamitic in some cases, okay? As usual, when we're dealing with Prester John, we're dealing with the whitewashing of history, iconoclasm. Man or myth, Prester John played a great role from the 12th century until well after the discovery of America. He was an established part of the European pattern of thought. A potential Christian ally in the rear of the Muslim foe, he figured in the plans of later crusades and thus had a place in European ideas of world strategy. Prester's importance may be taken for granted, but questions do arise regarding his origin. Admitting that he was, in the larger sense, a legend, it is still in order to ask whether he was in some degree also a historical personage. And one thing is certain, he leaped to fame overnight in Europe on the strength of a letter sent ostensibly by him in 1165 to the Byzantine Emperor Manuel Comnenus, and undeniably forwarded by that ruler to the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick Barbarossa. This letter, while not the first document to use the name Prester John, is the basis of his legend, and for centuries thereafter, Europe had no substantial doubt of its authenticity. Indeed, a wondrous concoction The Prester describes himself as ruling in India. Okay, so we talked about that before. And it says here, a geographical expression that to Europeans in 1165 and much later meant nothing more specific than a landline to the east. Exactly, because both Africa and India are part of Shem's land, and so is Persia or South America, as I always go into in the videos. So there's the West Indies, which are central in the waters. And so he was ruling over those lands because, as I said in the other videos, the Europeans had decided to hide the West. And it's really important in this whole transition that we look at Esau, because Esau, as I've said before, he goes and the role he takes on now is he's hiding the West through various of his relatives in the West who are ruling in like the European empires. Through, for example, the Romans and the Greeks, they decide to hide the West, as I've shown you in other videos. And so the job he takes on is that he takes over this identity of Prester John, and he goes to the West. Because he gets Nimrod's birthright, right? After killing Nimrod, he stalks Nimrod, who's walking in the wilderness, and all his mighty men and people are removed from a distance, and then he lurks for him in the wilderness, and then he goes and he slays him. That way. And so, as I've said in all my other videos, he basically goes into the West and cleans it up and prepares it for Babylon, or rather messes it up, destroys it, and prepares it for the final Babylon. And so that's kind of his role. And so it happens through this whole transition, and he uses the Moabites who get him, okay, to do that. The Moabites receive permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit northwest Africa and the Moroccan Empire. And then they cross yet to Atlantis and into South and Central America, and they get land there also. So what's happening is that the nations take a counsel against Israel. They take a counsel against Israel, and in particular, it's all the brothers, the descendants of Abraham, take a counsel, and they take over all of Israel's lands, and they work with Esau to do that, and that includes the Moabites, right? But Esau takes on this kind of fourth man identity. Some of the things that are associated, if you go to this Sambali blog spot, it says that the Ethiopians and Prester John is a visual multi-ethnic said to be of a polka dot complexion. And this is why the scripture says, can a leopard change its spots? Neither can the Ethiopian change the color of his skin. And of course we see, this is Esau who mixes in with all these nations, and we see these symbols. This is a symbol of the West. We see a polka dotted guy. We see a brown skinned guy and a black guy, right? And then we see various polka dotted people. We see polka dotted clothes. And we see people with polka dot skin, like semi-leprous skin. It's like a mixing of different nations. We see the jaguar and leopard pattern in Egypt. Okay? And as I said before, the Phoenicians, that's who Esau is. He's the Sabians and the Phoenicians, and we'll get into that. The Greeks called them Ethiopians, and they had great operations beyond the Pillars of Hercules. This is in the book Ancient America, page 171. So this is the empire that Prester John takes over, right? And it's operating through all of these groups of Esau. So when Esau is over here, this is a picture from North America, and there he is in his ships, and there's all the mixed nations and Nephilim and stuff here, and he's taking over the land. He's cleaning it up. He's covering up all the artifacts. They leave the native Americans behind to look after the land and build up the buffalo so they can hunt them when they get there. That's all the stuff Esau is doing. This is why the Mongoloid Native Americans always talk about the fact that they're caretakers of the land. They're caretakers of the land. They were caretakers of the cover-up. This is the difference between Esau and Jacob. Nagid means prince, captain, leader, noble. Jacob. The Naga is the snake, related to Turtle Island, America, and the caduceus serpent, and that is Esau. Manega is the symbol of the nega. That's why they call you nega, because they're trying to call you the serpent leader. But in truth, you are the noble leader, captain, prince. So Strong's H5057, Nagid, matches the Hebrew Nagid, which occurs 44 times in 44 verses in Hebrew. Ruler, prince, captain, leader, governor, nobles, excellent things. Nega, Strong's H5060, to strike or smite, plague, beat, cast, bring near. Nega are the divine, semi-divine deities or semi-divine race. So serpent, reptilian, half-human race that reside in the netherworld that can occasionally take human form. Rituals devoted to these supernatural beings have been taking place throughout Asia for at least 2,000 years, and they are principally depicted in three forms: wholly human with snakes on the heads and necks, common serpents, or as half-human, half-snake beings in Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism. Janissaries, Janus and Jambres, Jainia. A female Naga is a Nagai, Nagini, as seen in the Nagas or Naginis. They are common and hold cultural significance in the mythological traditions of many South Asian and Southeast Asian cultures. They are called the Rishi or Kadru. All right, they are also knots that are tied to keep you in bondage. All right, so they're knots. Don't be a nag or a nega. This is what the Zagwe dynasty looked like, okay? The kingdom of Bar Nagasi. So we see the word Negro, Nagasi, all right? But Nagasi can also, it's got the ZE here. It can also mean Nega or Negad. We don't know which one. And so like we've talked about, Dan sides with Esau, right? And starts working with him. He's the snake, right? So this is the Zagwe dynasty and Zagwe dynasty. And so this is what they look like. And they're made up of a number of different tribes. Okay, and we've already talked about the fact that Manasseh had Afar, had one of their sons named Afar, so did Judah, and so did Keturah and Abraham. So these are clearly descendants of Israel. And so this particular tribe that was ruling as the Ethiopians were the Djibouti and the Eritreans and the Afar tribes, okay? And included among them is Danakil, Dan, okay? And this is the Afar, okay? So these are descendants of Israel. And you see, they look very much like African Americans and Jamaicans. They have very similar kind of a look. All right, his eyes have been kind of doctored, so don't rely on the eyes in this photo. But we know the half tribe of Manasseh had a son named Afar, okay? And the sons of Midian included Afar, okay? And this is spelt with the tent peg, Afar, Afar. Okay, so the Oromo are a huge ethnic group that currently dominates southeastern Ethiopia and some parts of North Kenya. There are around 25 million Oromo at the moment. One of them is, so this is now another group. There is a group of Edomites who overthrew these guys. So that is the Amalekites. The Zagwe dynasty was overthrown by Yakuno Amalek, who claimed descent from Solomon. Well, no, they didn't have descent from Solomon because they're Esau, and founded the Solomonic era of Ethiopia, the dynasty that lasted until 1974 and ended with a coup d'etat and deposition of Haile Selassie. So Haile Selassie is an Edomite. He is of Amalek. And you can tell because there's a certain look that they have. And now they're responsible for the Kibra Nagas. But here, let's take a look at them. We have Nipsey Hussle, who looks just like the young. This is the difference between Esau and Jacob. Looks just like the young Haile Selassie. We also have this actor, very famous actor who played Salieri in Amadeus. But he's an Italian, and the Italians were mixed with Zipho, the son of Esau, who took over Chittim and ruled in Chittim with Jannes and Jambres, and consulted with his brother, one of his brothers, Baal, who also taught Jannes and Jambres witchcraft, and then they oppressed Israel in Egypt. That was Chittim, who is Rome, and Esau. Okay, so you see how similar these guys look. And here's more on the genealogy of Esau. Now we have them represented here. This is a Roman fresco, because you see the head shape of the Isaurians is more like this, more heart-shaped head shape, okay? And they were the Romans. So this is all of his genealogy here. The book of Jasher says that in those days they buried Zipho, all right, in the 22nd year of the reign of Moses. So Zipho was reigning in Chittim while Moses was reigning in Cush after he left Egypt. This is when he mixes in with Chittim. Chittim is one of the sons of Japheth. And Latinus reigned over the children of Chittim 40 years. And Jannes and Jambres and Jania were all part of that. They became Rome. And it says in the book of Jasher, Abanius, king of Chittim, ruled over Edom and fought against the inhabitants of Britannia. Chittim and Edom became one kingdom. Edom and their government was with the children of Chittim and their king. And the Kibra Nagas, which the Ethiopians talk about, is a very odd book because it's very Egyptian. Now, the other books, like if you look at Jasher, Jubilees, a lot of them are quite reliable, and I think that the other Ethiopians kept those. But when it comes to the Kibra Nagas, let's see what it says about the Kibra Nagas. I'm trying to get this on the screen, but anyway, it says the Kibra Nagas. This is coming right out of the book in the introduction of the Kibra Nagas. It says the kings of Ethiopia were descended from Menelik, were of a divine origin, and that their words and deeds were those of God. So they're saying that that's who they descended from. Now, the divine origins of the kings of Ethiopia, the Sudan, and Egypt is very old and appears to have been indigenous. According to the legend, in the Westcar papyrus in Berlin, so this is very Egyptian, this is not Israelitish, 3 of the great kings of the 5th dynasty in Egypt were sons of the god Ra by Rutet, wife of Rosur, high priest of Ra. So this is what they're saying about the Ethiopians. So some of them probably are, and then some of them are not. And it says that many a king of Egypt states in his inscription that he reigned in the egg. There's no eggs in Israel. This is very snake, serpent. Serpents are hatched through cockatrice eggs. So this is very satanic and Egyptian. And then it says, we understand the egg was deposited in his mother from the form of the sun god who was his father. Okay, so this is, I think it's about Semiramis, really, and all that. It says, we learn from the first section of the colophon that he, the wonderful God, had neglected to have the Arabic version of the Kibber Nagas translated into the speech of the Abyssinia. So we have Arabs, and so when we're talking about Arabs and stuff, we're talking about Esau and Ishmael. Okay, the speech of the Abyssinians is Amharic. Okay, but it's not, the Kibber Nagas was not written in Amharic. It was written in Arabic. Who made the Arabic translation from the Coptic did not make a rendering into Ethiopic also. So why wouldn't it be in Ethiopic? Why is it just in Arabic? Because it's probably not related to the Ethiopians originally, because Amalek took over the kingdom. And it says 1,000 years later, a story arose in Egypt to the effect that Alexander the Great was the son of the god Ammon of Egypt. Okay. Alexander is the son of Ammon, and he's the lawful king of Egypt. Well, Alexander the Great is also related to Esau, Edom. So you see the connections, right? Alexander the Great is also related to the Egyptian kings via Amalek. Amalek is the son of Eliphaz. What comes out of the line of Eliphaz are some of the Ramses. So not only do the priests who persecute Israel in Egypt come out of Esau's line, but so do their kings, Ramses. What color was Ramses' hair? Esau is known to be red. Adam means red. Edom equals red. So Ramses II was an Edomite, Hittite, Egyptian descendant of Duke Amalek. Duke Amalek was a descendant of Esau. See, right here. From Timnah, from Eliphaz to Amalek, then to Ramses Seti. You see, this is where they got their red-haired trait. The greatest pharaohs in history, Ramses II, had red hair. An angel or prince, Amalek. Previous attempts to study the DNA of mummified remains were inconclusive. The hot climate of Egypt, combined with embalming practices by the Egyptians, destroyed most DNA. That's probably not true. Researchers sampled 150 mummies from Abasur el-Malik. That's like a very Arabic name. About 60 miles from Cairo, and their samples span 1,300 years of ancient Egyptian history. From about 1388 BC, Egyptians were more closely related to populations from the Near East and Southwest Asia. So that would be like the Assyrians and the East Indians and the Chinese. And that would be Mount Seir, Assyrians. Mount Hermon, where the angels came down. This is the seed of the fallen. Kibber Nagas is supposed to contain an account of how the Queen of Sheba met King Solomon and how the Ark of the Covenant came to Ethiopia with their son Menelik, and it discusses the conversion of the Ethiopians from the worship of the sun, moon, and stars to that of Yahuwah, the Elohim of Israel. Okay, but this is what's in the premise, in the preface, the introduction. All right, so it's supposed to be not just a literary work, but a repository of Ethiopian national religious feelings. In the story, Menelik is supposed to have accidentally captured and spirited away the ark from Solomon, King Solomon. Menelik simply wanted a tassel from the ark, but Solomon gave him a cloth, but Menelik's entourage smuggled the ark away, and it spirited them quickly back, flying back to Ethiopia, and remained with them. Kibber Nagas, in it, no mention is made of the mercy seat and the cherubim, but we read that Moses made a case in the shape like a belly of the ship. So you're talking about the marine kingdom. You're talking about Satan's realm. Anytime you're talking about marine, the water and ships, that's all Satan's law, Satan's realm. And in this, the two tables of the law were placed. To the Ethiopians, this case was symbolized by the Virgin Mary. So, and the case made by Moses carried the world in stone, and Mary carried the world incarnate. Well, yeah, this is not at all Hebraic. This is very Egyptian. All right, so let's go on to the fall of the Temple of Israel. Abraham was very clear that Jacob was the son of the promised seed. And Yah says, Esau I have hated, but Jacob I have loved. And that's in family. I just wanted to say, I looked at that Kibber Nagast like about 2 to 3 years ago, and I've looked at another one. And so there is some valid history in the Kibber Nagast. And as I mentioned, there are different versions of it. This is just the usual game, right? Confusion by multiple different copies. And so there are valid aspects of the Kibber Nagast which help me to sort out, the Prester Johns, the Byzantines, all of these kinds of things. So the book isn't completely invalid, but you do see Esau again in that Kibber Nagast co-opting the identity of the Ethiopians and redefining the religion. Whereas in the Kibber Nagast I'm reading now, the faith is more faithful to scripture in some respects. So just a caveat to that. Let's keep going. In Genesis. So you can't get it any confused. Yah hated Esau. And so because of that, Esau sold his blessing. Isaac was disobedient and to the command of Abraham and Abba. And then Jacob had to steal it back and then got in trouble. And so Isaac was disobedient. And so he blessed Esau and told Esau he would get an advantage. And that's why Esau is the end of the world. Because he would live, the blessing was you'll live off the dew of heaven and the fat of the earth, and you'll live by the sword. So war took over the whole earth as a consequence. So this is from the history of the Idumeans, the sarcophagus of ancient civilization. And what happened was at the fall of the temple, Julius Caesar appointed Antipater, we just saw him in the genealogy, who was a clever but crafty Idumean, as procurator of Judea, Samaria, and Galilee. And we already talked about how everyone became Jews in the time of Esther when Haman was strung up. And so when Antipater was appointed over this area, he was an Edomite. And the Roman Senate appointed Herod as king of the Jews. And he later became known as Herod the Great, who killed all the Jewish children, the babies. All right. He was an Idumean. He established his brother-in-law, the Idumean Costobarus, as a priest of Cos, as a ruler of Idumea and Gaza. And this was the beginning of the Herodian dynasty. Henceforth, the Idumeans were reckoned as Jews, and their land was counted as one of 11 tetrarchies of Judea. So they weren't really Jews, but they were regarded as then. But the union between them and the Jews proved of little blessing. Rather, they became an element of weakness to the Jews. In the moment of need, they treacherously betrayed them to Rome. By nature, they were cruel and barbarous, fierce and turbulent. At the time of the Romans under Titus besieged Jerusalem, 70 AD, the Idumeans, along with the Zealot party, early joined in the rebellion against the foe. Through the influence of John of Gashishla, and as Josephus informs us, 20,000 Idumeans were allowed to access the holy city, only to fill the city with robbery and bloodshed. They spared nobody. The outer temple was completely covered with blood. 8,500 perished there in one day. But the rage of the Idumeans was not confined to the temple precincts. They betook themselves to the city and plundered every house and slew everyone they met most ruthlessly. They massacred the priests, even standing with their coarse feet upon their bodies to defile them, and casting them forth without respectful burial. Even Ananus, the high priest, fell a victim to their savage rage. Remember that name, Ananus, the high priest, Anansi, Ananus. fell victim to their savage rage. He was a just and venerable man, Josephus tells us, noble, dignified, a lover of liberty and democracy. I don't know. Preferring peace above all things. After his death, the massacre of the other priests, the bloodthirsty Idumeans, fell upon the people in general as upon a flock of profane animals and cut their throats wherever they caught them. Those who escaped immediate death were scourged and tortured until they died. Those whom they caught, so they tortured them to death. Those who they caught in the daytime were slain in the night, and their bodies were carried out and thrown away, that there might be room for other prisoners. And the terror that was upon the people was so great that no one had courage enough to either weep openly for the dead man that was related to him or bury him. Those who were shut up in their own houses could only shed tears in secret, lest any of their enemies should hear them. For if they did, those that mourned for others soon underwent the same death as those for whom they mourned. Probably this is going on in Nigeria. With the tragic fall of Jerusalem, the Idumeans as a nation pass off the stage of history and disappear entirely from human sight. So this is in 70 AD. They now subsume themselves in the identity of Israel. It says later rabbinical writers continued to use the name Edom. And it's a designation for Rome, and Idumea to indicate the southern part of Palestine, and the Negeb as late as the time of Jerome. All right, so the Negeb is related to Esau. So surely Isaac drew an accurate picture of Esau when he said, by thy sword thou shalt live. War and raping were their chief profession. By the sword they got Mount Seir, and by the sword they exterminated the Horites, except for the women and the boys. They long battled with their brethren, the children of Israel. And he did. He said, when you break your yoke of the brother off of you, that was the blessing that Isaac gave him, then by the sword they would live. All right? So now they go into hiding under these various identities as they take over the identity of Israel, and they work through the other sons of Abraham and the sons of Israel. The Prester John letter may at least in part have Jewish roots. In the desert that separates the mountains from the sandy sea, the writer tells us the underground rivulet turns into a large river with an abundance of precious stones. This is the one we're talking about. Beyond this river he goes on are 10 tribes of the Jews who, though they pretend to have their own kings, are nevertheless our servants and tributaries. Says his domains are twice as great as all of Christendom. It says in an English version of the 1507, for example, the weak kings of the above passage become a great king of Israel, whom Prester John concedes to be twice as strong as I am. His dominions are twice as great as all of Christendom and Turkey, and he hath under him 300 kings, 4,000 princes and dukes and earls and barons and knights and squires without number. Here he seems to have become an alternate version of Prester John himself. So it may be that these are a number of different kings, or this is an amalgamation, and then he's ruling over all of them, and he travels around, and you'll find that that's true. There's other books that reveal more of that. It seems likely that some sort of identification between Prester John and the king of Israel, between this remote realm of Christians and the final refuge of the 10 tribes, lies buried in the very sources of this legend. This possibly seems very close to the surface in the early Central Asian version provided by Hugh of Yabala. Lucifer. Septimus Severus, a Roman emperor from 193 to 211. He was born in Lapidus Magna, etc., Roman province of Africa. Okay, this is Esau, Edom. As a young man, he advanced through the customary succession of offices under the reigns of Marcus Aurelius and Commodus. Severus seized power after the death of Emperor Pertinax in 193 during the year of the 5 emperors. Okay, and he fought his rival claimants, the Roman generals Persinius Niger and Clodius Albinus. So Albinus, these are Arabic names. Why? Because this is Esau. Esau is Rome. Claudius Albinus. And Persinius Niger. It says Niger was defeated in 194 at the Battle of Esau. Esaus. Jesus Christ, the fake Jesus. Not Yahusha, the real Savior. Esaus. In Cilicia, later that year, Severus waged a short punitive campaign beyond the eastern frontier, annexing the kingdom of Osironi as a new province. And then he defeated Albinus 3 years later. And he waged a war against the Parthian Empire. What is the Parthians? The Persians. This is why Hebrew is so valuable, because with Hebrew you can just see the consonants and you see the name returns, because it's the vowels that change. And sometimes the consonants change, but it's usually sounding like the same. Expanding the eastern frontier to the Tigris. He then, do you see the massive movements over lands these people are making? Because of Pangaea. The land masses were closer together, and also they traveled greater distances on their ships, and they also had planes. We won't get into that. These are his wives and stuff. So Severus traveled to Britain in 208, strengthening Hadrian's Wall and reoccupying the Antoine Wall. In AD 209, he invaded Caledonia, modern Scotland, with an army of 50,000 men. And then he became vowels that change, and sometimes Niger, the 5 emperors. It's North America. All right, so I just want to show you that because it's on so many maps. But who is Septimus Severus? Okay. Lucifer, Septimus Severus, a Roman emperor from 193 to 211. He was born in Lapidus Magna, etc., Roman province of Africa. Okay, this is Esau, Edom. As a young man, he advanced through the customary succession of offices under the reigns of Marcus Aurelius and Commodus. Severus seized power after the death of Emperor Pertinax in 193 during the year of the 5 emperors. Okay, and he fought his rival claimants, the Roman generals Persinius Niger and Clodius Albinus. So Albinus, these are Arabic names. Why? Because this is Esau. Esau is Rome. Claudius Albinus. And Persinius Niger. It says Niger was defeated in 194 at the Battle of Esau. Esaus. Jesus Christ, the fake Jesus, not Yahusha, the real Savior, Esaus. In Cilicia, later that year, Severus waged a short punitive campaign beyond the eastern frontier, annexing the kingdom of Osironi as a new province. And then he defeated Albinus 3 years later. And he waged a war against the Parthian Empire. What is the Parthians? The Persians. This is why Hebrew is so valuable, because with Hebrew you can just see the consonants and you see the name returns, because it's the vowels that change. And sometimes the consonants change, but it's usually sounding like the same. Expanding the eastern frontier to the Tigris. He then, do you see the massive movements over lands these people are making because of Pangaea? The land masses were closer together, and also they traveled greater distances on their ships, and they also had planes. We won't get into that. These are his wives and stuff. So Severus traveled to Britain in 208, strengthening Hadrian's Wall and reoccupying the Antoine Wall. In AD 209, he invaded Caledonia, modern Scotland, with an army of 50,000 men. And then he became fatally ill with an infectious disease. And he died in Eboracum. So this is the land of the Hebrews, right? York. He died in York, Moon, England. And he was succeeded by his sons. And they thus founded the Severan dynasty. Why? Because Esau, Edom, was mixed in with the 7 nations. And what does Revelation 17:9 say? Here is the mind which has wisdom. The 7 heads are the 7 mountains upon which the woman sits. Nation, army that Abraham fought, Esau is genetically integrated with the 7 nations. And like I said, Levi, Simeon, and Judah also fought them when they took Dinah. Just in this slide, that America is called Septeronia. So this is the age of the 7 nations. Septeronia. This is when Prester John is ruling these lands. The 7 nations age. Okay? Septeronia. All right, and I'm going to, I'll talk about Septeronia in a bit, but I just wanted to add something to it. Prester John ruled in Egypt, 7 mountains. Okay, around the times of the Arab conquest, there was a Jewish king of Septimania in the state of southern France, and he is the son of the first Jewish king of Septimania, also called Theodoric Machir. And now Tewodros, you know, he's ruling the World Health Organization. Machir. This is Makor. Kor means west. On the death of his father Makor Theodoric in about 765 AD, Nehemiah Theodoric becomes the Western Exarch and leader of all the Jews of the revived Western Roman Empire of Charlemagne. So he is the king of the 7 nations. Again, septrio, 7 nations. Another one, he was the African conqueror of Britain. The 7 nations conquer Britain. All right. Leading conquerors, Septimus Severus, one of the leading conquerors of Britain, was African. How much of any Negro strain, they question it, right? This is from Nature Knows No Color Line, though. All right, and so this just goes into some of there was a Negro named Hadrian. Hadrian, when you're talking about Hadrian or Herod, you're talking about Roman descendants of Esau, Edom. Right, and it says here, Theodore, an Oriental, was named in his place, and Hadrian went as his mentor. So they tried to, in 668, Pope Vitalian appointed a Negro, Hadrian, Archbishop of Canterbury, but he declined because of age. And then Theodore, an Oriental. So this is Tewodros, the Tudors. Theodore, an Oriental, so an Ethiopian, was named in his place. So around the time of these conquests of the Romans up in Britain and stuff, the diaspora had fanned out a little bit more into Africa, and yet on the eastern side still remained the Arabs and Esau and the Midianites and so forth, and they began to amalgamate together. So what the Edomites and Ishmaelites and Hagarians did as they began to conquer the lands in towards the north and in North Africa and Europe, Western Europe, so-called Western Europe, which is Shem's land, they conscripted the Hebrews to do it because the Hebrews were the best warriors. And so they force converted them. And so what they did was they had to get North Africa first, and then they had to go on into Spain.
Out of the Western Sudan would come a great general, Tarak Ben Zad, Jabral Tarak. He would discover a weakness in Spain, fighting the Goths and the Visigoths, and the Vandals fighting among themselves. The dissident element in Spain would do something white people rarely ever do. They would sneak across into Africa and tell the Africans how weak the whites are, and said they are so weak, if you want to conquer them, it's an easy thing to do. Jabral would send a testing army, about 10,000, just to test their lines. You find it is easy. Then later, he would send 60,000. He'd take Spain. Now this is purely an African conquest. You are not dealing with the Arab conquest of Spain at first, because the Arabs were not there at first. The initial conquest of Spain was African, not Arab. That army came from the Senegamia, now Senegal, and parts of what is now Mauritania. And when they moved over and conquered Spain, Madame Bagiba has written a book on it that bears the name Tarak Ben Zad. And she describes the army going into Spain. She says the army was black as ink. The general was blacker still.
Musa ibn Nusayr was going to bring order to chaos. He led an absolutely brutal campaign of conquest, and it was said that during his offensives, he managed to capture 300,000 people and sent them all back to the slave markets of Egypt. By 708, he had successfully taken Morocco and had subjugated the city of Tangier, installing as governor a man named Tariq ibn al-Zaid, Musa's right-hand man in future endeavors. By the year 709, most of North Africa was now in Arab hands. Trade began to expand, and the cities of Fustat, Kairouan, and Tangier became administrative centers for control. Even the Berbers, seeing which way the wind was blowing, began to adopt the new religion and began signing up to join the Arab army. I guess if you can't beat them, join them.
Now, some of the Gaul and Christian Gentile nations were up there as well. And so as the prophecy is to Ephraim, he would mix in with these Gentile nations. This was the first official conquest, and he was a Berber. And he was going to fight against and defeat King Roderick. And there was a table belonging to King Solomon in the land that showed that the Jews and the 10 tribes were already there.
Rash and headstrong young king named Roderick resolved to penetrate the tower's secret, and against the advice of all of his counselors, he had the 27 padlocks opened. He then entered the chamber within, And upon its walls were painted Arab horsemen, scimitars at their belts, spears brandished in their right hands. In the middle of the room stood a table made of gold and silver set with precious stones. Upon it carved the words, "This is the table of King Solomon, son of David, upon whom be peace." There was an urn on the table which was found to contain a scroll of parchment. When this was unrolled, the following words were revealed. "Whenever this chamber is violated and the spell contained in this urn is broken, the people painted on these walls will invade Spain, overthrow its kings, and subdue the entire land." End quote. With his 7,000 men, he crossed into southern Spain and landed near the port city of Algeciras. Now, as I've mentioned, this was initially to be considered a large raid, and Tariq kept his men near the coast and by the port in case they needed to be evacuated. It was now that Musa and Tariq looked across a relatively narrow expanse of water, a body that would one day be named the Strait of Gibraltar. The shores of Iberia lay beyond, tempting, inviting, and rich. It was here that an old kingdom was ready to fall. Spain was ripe for the taking. Tariq, meanwhile, pushed on to the capital city of Toledo, which at this point had been largely abandoned. He took the city and secured the land around it. He then stationed his men there for the winter of 711 to 712. And if you think about it, this is not a bad campaigning season. This is what a general would call a very auspicious beginning. Now, during this time, Musa ibn Nusayr was sitting back in North Africa and watching Tariq put on his dazzling performance. He had, after all, captured a port city and taken Cordoba and secured the capital, and of course took out a Visigoth army. Tariq had basically taken a raid and turned it into a war of conquest, and had managed not to die horribly in the process. Musa now realized that he was missing out on what was turning into a very lucrative affair. And so he mobilized 18,000 men, experienced veterans, mind you, and in June of 712, he brought these men into the port city of Algeciras, much like Tariq had done before him. Now, he spent the summer securing the southern tip of Spain, and then advanced to Seville, and finally onwards to Merida. Merida, being a substantial city, took a considerable amount of time via siege, in fact the entire winter of 712 to 713 to conquer, and with a considerable amount of bloodshed. Other areas opted to do it the easy way. They were given a diplomatic option, like the governor Theodomer of Murcia, which I've also heard as Murcia, which is an area in southeastern Spain. He was given a treaty, and the terms were fairly benign. He was given autonomy and the option for religious tolerance in exchange for paying his taxes on time, which, of course, beats being killed. And for the Arabs, it allowed them freedom to move on to other targets. So after this successful campaign season, albeit it was a bit bloody, Musa eventually joined up with Tariq in Toledo. After exchanging the necessary pleasantries, they got down to the awkward affair of resolving who got what in terms of spoils. It was about now that Musa really had to pull rank. Apparently, they got into a real spat over the jeweled table that I mentioned earlier, the one that was considered to be the Table of Solomon. After a lot of back and forth, Musa ultimately got it, but not before Tariq managed to pull off one of the legs and replace it with a more rudimentary variant. It got really childish, but luckily nobody got their eye poked out. After Musa essentially got the lion's share and the two men hugged and made up, they set off to the northeast in 714 to capture the Ebro River Valley, and then they went on to take out Zaragoza and Lleida and Barcelona or Barcelona. However, they didn't stop there. They crossed the Pyrenees and took a chunk of southern France called Narbonne. The thought process here was that this area would be a launching pad for further conquest, as it became readily apparent to both men that there were still lands to be plundered on the other side of the mountains. So let me ask you this. If you were a war correspondent at this point in history, what would you report back at this point? Good chance is that you'd probably say that the conquest was going great, medals all around kind of thing. Now, the average person out there, if you do a fantastic job at whatever it is that you do, there's a good chance that you're going to get some sort of recognition. And if you're really lucky, you might even get promoted. However, news of Tariq and Musa's success began to worry the Caliph, who issued a command to recall both men back to Damascus. He was concerned, and perhaps rightfully so, that Musa was going to go ahead and carve out a kingdom for himself. Indeed, as Musa left Spain, he placed his own son, Abd al-Aziz ibn Musa, in charge, which some can argue was the beginning of a dynastic structure. In late 714, perhaps early 715, Musa and Tariq made the extended journey back to Damascus. The caliph who had just come to power at the time was Suleiman ibn Abd al-Malik, who, let's just say that he didn't have that warm, fuzzy center for Musa as many of his predecessor caliphs had. Suleiman, who straight out just didn't like Musa, stripped him of all of his titles and spoils and rendered him, at least in some stories, a complete and total beggar, abandoned by all, including his servants. But this wasn't going to be the final statement of Musa's last days. More on that in a bit. As for Tariq, he simply disappeared from the record, and I'm willing to guess his retirement, let's call it, wasn't exactly a benign one. Going back to Spain for a second, in his absence, Musa's son, Abd al-Aziz, continued the conquest of Spain, bringing most of Lusitania, which is what we think of as modern-day Portugal, and the northwestern areas such as Leon, under his control. Suleiman, again the man who brought down Musa, heard about this. He put out a hit on Abd al-Aziz, who was thus promptly assassinated. And if the tale is to be true, he wasn't just killed. He was decapitated, his head put into a jar of vinegar, and then shipped back to Damascus. And check this out. When he got back there, Suleiman held a lavish feast for his father, Musa, dragging him out of the gutter for a night, and during the meal, in the midst of dinner conversation, the caliph presented Abd al-Aziz's head to him on a silver platter. Talk about driving home a point in a kind of insanely cruel way.
Despite all this that happened to these two Hebrews, they did conquer Spain because Jacob is the former of all things. And to this day, Tariq is still the name of this rocky, desolate place, which could have been where the true temple of Israel was housed, at the center of Arabia and Israel. And so once again, as Musa's father was a Hebrew who was converted and dwelt in the Caliph's temple, that's how he was converted to Islam. And this is how all the Berbers were converted to Islam. So careful now when you hear these men being called Arabs and Africans, because they were Yasharal, force converted to Islam. It was prophesied that they would worship gods of wood and stone, and so this is how they came to worship this god of stone.
Africans and Arabs create a rich, cultured, and powerful empire. So powerful, it endures for 500 years.
The achievement of the Arabs at this time is they have driven the Europeans out of the Mediterranean. The European now must go back into Europe. They have no empires, no great connections outside of Europe. And because of this, they ultimately would go into a period called the Dark Ages.
Militarily, the Africans took over Spain, and militarily, the Africans held Spain until 1240, while the Arabs did come in. But the military hold on Spain was African. Now let's look at the Africans and the Arabs, that combination called Moors in Spain. What did they do?
For a while in history, there was only two great universities. The University of Saint-Corry at Timbuktu and the University of Salamanca in Spain. And the African was solely in charge of the one at Sankore and part in charge of the one at Salamanca.
They built public schools. They built public baths. They gave Spain the greatest civilization it has known before or since. They built a great university, Salamanca. They translated the great works of the masters of Europe, including a lot of work they had stolen from Africa. Europe had forgotten its own masters. The Africans translated it. But their performance and the partnership between the Africans and the Arabs and the Berbers in Spain was a long and beneficial partnership and a fine moment in their history and in world history. The African and the Arab and Islam had united and held Europe at bay for almost 1,000 years.
It's showtime! Hurry, hurry, step right up! Introducing the star of our show! His name is
Moors.
Around this time also that word reaches, this is during the reign of Abd er-Rahman III, word reaches the court of Cordova about the existence of a nomadic people in the Central Asian steppes called the Khazars, whose king and upper class had been converted to Judaism some 200 years before under circumstances that remained obscure. And the caliph's first minister, Hasdai ibn Shaprut, a Jew, responded to the news by writing an excited letter to the Khazar king, since the first reports on the Jewish Khazars had not mentioned the fact that they were converts. Hasdai thought they might be descended from the lost tribes. Now, of course, 6 of the lost tribes might have gone in that direction, but that's kind of the climate. And as well, the Israelites are kind of having their own little renaissance in Spain at the time as well, as we've seen. So before we go any further, we're going to begin to tie in the Turks to the Arabs. And we already mentioned the Janissaries, Janius, Jambres, right? So I want to make the connection with the Arabs and their conquests of the Gentiles and enslavement of them, and then their, in turn, conquest of the Arabs and their rising up through as Gentiles and in the area of Tartaria. All right, so I want to relate back to the priests of On. Okay, the priests of On, and this is the Muslims. So this is a picture of Ayoub, who was a slave trader in the late 1500s, but I'm just using him as an image. He's got the red book around his neck. These are the Fulanis. These are the true Muslims, Edomite Muslims. They are not white, they're black. Okay? Now, this is a reference to them. Karakoy Unoli were a tribal confederation of Oghuz Turkic nomadic tribes from Oghuz tribe of Yawa, which existed in the 14th and 15th centuries in Western Asia and on the territory of modern Azerbaijan, Armenia, Iraq, and northwestern Iran and eastern Turkey. So when you're talking about that, that's the land of Shem. The union of the two states, the Russian horde and the Ottomans and Tamans and Ottoman Empire equal Ottomania. Ottomania. So Taman, again, was one of the sons of Esau. The biblical conquest of the Promised Land is the horde, Ottoman conquests of the XV century. Forgive me. So Iob, this is the son of Esau, land of Esau. In the early 15th century, trace Osman's, the land of Oz, right? Who came from the land of Oz? Job, Iob. This guy's name was Iob, Job. Traced Osman's genealogy to the Oghuz Khagan. So these are the Turkic Oghuz Khagan. So this is going to become Khan through their senior grandson of his senior son, so giving the Ottoman sultans primacy among the Turkish monarchs. And he quotes as follows. Says, from the tribe Etugral, from the tribe of Kayi, his son Osman Bey, Osman House, and the Beys on the frontier, the houses on the frontier, held an assembly. When they had consulted each other and understood the custom of the Oghuz Khan, they appointed Osman Khan. So here's the connection to the priests of On, the Karas, the people of Oz, and Job, descendant of Esau, all connected to the Osman Khan. All right? And then the identity called more was then taken over by the black Arabs and next by the white Arabs, the Turks, who were both a combination of the Ottoman Empire, and Ottoman comes from the word Tayman. Tayman was one of the sons of Edom, and they dwelt in the land of Uz or Oz. So Oz, Tayman, that's how you get Ottoman. And they mixed in with Japheth, the Turks, so that's how you get Ottoman Turks. As I said before, the Edomites and the Ishmaelites and the Hagarians, all of these sons of Abraham, illegitimate sons of the descendants of Abraham, went up north into the land of the Khazarians and conquered and enslaved them as Slavic people. And they did so as the Arabs. But as I said before in the previous videos, the Janissaries of these people took on perfectly the identity of the Arabs and became the Turkic Arabs. But while this was still going on, this was when the Moors, who were known as Yasharel. So in the 1300s to Charles VI of France, they're saying all they knew of the world was what's portrayed in these Okonome maps, which is just Europe and Asia and Africa. And so that was called the inhabited world. I've showed you guys maps of that before, and essentially this was Europe, Asia, and North Africa surrounded by an ambiguous assortment of islands. Any hints of Africa south of the Sahara or the Americas or the rest of the world as we know it belonged to the realm of myth and conjecture rather than that of reasonably exact science. And that's because the Gentiles were now taking over, and they hadn't really ruled all over the world or traveled all over the world, although sections of them did, but as on the whole as a people they didn't. So this is how this was accomplished. So here we see one of the Catholic kings of Edom, one of the Presters, the Prester Johns, to become the priest kings, all right? The Prester Johns that became the Pope kings, the Holy Roman emperors. And this is a true Edomite, it looks like. So the Jewish Encyclopedia recounts many of the names of the true Israelites, especially descendants of Joseph, Solomon, and David. And you know there's a difference between them and everyone else calling themselves Jews because you see it in the name. Here is the genealogy of Judah ben Yaish and Judah ibn Yahya, and you see the Yahya descendants from 1055 down to 1300 to 1333, 1385, 1430, all the way up through the 15 and 1600s. and ending around 1650. Yuda ibn Yahya Negro ben David. So, of course, that's Judah and son, Negro, son of David. Okay? Born in Toledo in the middle of the 14th century, together with his brother Charlemagne, he emigrated to Portugal in the Year of Terror, so that was from Spain, and Judah was employed under Queen Philippa, consort of João, considerable influence with the king. When Vincent Ferrer asked permission to carry on a propaganda against the Jews in Portugal, the king, at the instigation of Judah, informed him, Ferrer, that his request would be granted on the condition that he place a red-hot crown upon his head. Judah was one of the most prominent poets of his time and wrote several elegies deploring the unhappy fate of his Spanish brethren. We'll have more on Prester John's Pope Kings in the second part. And so thank you so much for watching. I got my prayerful answers on the calendar, and I'll probably move over to Tartaria away from Japheth. Okay, so thank you so much for watching. Baruch atah. Shalom. Please like, subscribe, and share. Like, subscribe, and share. Share this. Share it with one another, please, because you got to get out of Babylon. So please make donations. Go to intoalltruth.net, which is livelightwell.com. You can get a calendar or a cookbook. I am working on the calendar, but I will keep your name in a list. I'll send you the existing one, and then when I update it, I'll send you the updated one. Please make a donation there, $25 or more for each, so that you can keep this channel going and keep me doing my work. I appreciate all donations in the name of Yahusha. May Yah bless you and keep you and cause his face to shine on you. May he be gracious, lift the light of his countenance, and give you peace. All right, so return Yahuwah to the countless thousands of Yasharel. Shuvah Yahuwah Revaot Yasharel. Hallelujah. All praises to the Most High. Like, subscribe, share, donate. Todah. Thank you for watching. All right, fam. Shalom. So if you have questions, like I said, this is a little bit of a marathon. I think we'll do the next part tomorrow because, as I said, I want to do something on the 4 beasts. Hey, Shalom, Ancient Earth, and Miss Mojo. And you know what, Jim, we correspond all the time. So, yeah, I don't mind if you, with the more things, I think I put it in there. I got too many computers and stuff going, but, yeah, respecting the Moors, the term was used, by both Israel and the Edomite and Arab Moors. And that's because it originates from the land of Yasharel, Moorish Gath, and the teacher is a More, is a teacher of Torah. So it means reflector of the light. However, Israel was actually supposed to be the lights. So Ur. So, you know, I go back and forth over that term because it seems like there was a slippery slope in these changing of identities where things are muddled. And so the term, if you're meaning the term more, I think it was used by Israel and then co-opted by the Ishmaelites, if that makes sense. Let me know. Can you guys hear me? I'm going to just turn on my mic for a second. Sorry if it reverbs. Just let me know. Can you hear me? Oh, yeah, I can tell you guys. I'm just muting my audio monitoring. Yeah, so if you guys have questions, go ahead and put them in the chat. I think we'll do part 2 tomorrow, which will be just the last video, and then I might try and post this video on the beast and the final invasion of Babylon based on what has happened before, and the giants and the 4 angels and all of that. Well, I'll kind of have learned a lot since I did that last video. And there were some pieces that I missed because I had to do the whole geography of the earth so that we could understand what the Euphrates was, why it was the great river Euphrates. And, you know, Yah really clarified some earth geography for me. So go and watch that series. It'll help you to get some of this in context. You know, I am guessing at some of this stuff based on facts, right? But it's getting clearer and clearer, especially as we end up in end times. And yeah, use a Q. Oh, that's perfect, Poochna. Thank you. I need help, you guys. I can't just, I need help from y'all. I just try to do too much by myself. So Gwendolyn and Poochna, you, the two of you are just a blessing for saying that, because this is your sister here needs some help. Because I just get so much in my head, like so much information. I need administrative people to help me. So that something as simple as that. And I said that to Kelly. Praise Yah for Kelly. She's the one who called me and told me you guys couldn't hear. And Kelly is awesome. Kelly's real simple too. I like people who are just like simplistic about things. You know what I mean? So just like, yeah, put a queue up. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's a miracle. Put a queue up. Yeah, that'll work. Oh my goodness. Oh. Sorry, my phone. Let me switch it off here. Hopefully it won't ring or anything, but yeah, so I'm trying to look for questions. Caliphate of Californixia was a combination of the Mayans and Caribs. Umayyad Caliphate was Mayans and Caribs who invaded Iberia and Morocco. Ooh, that's some good information to have. Hey, AJ, if you would just email me through intoalltruth.net, any links to that, I'd love to see it, even though my brain is so overfilled with information. I'm just like, I'll just have one more wafer, please. I might explode, but I'll take that wafer. Yeah, so no, Rachel, post-millennial. So what do you mean? Put your question in there, Jim. Don't worry about it, because you email me a lot and we talk a lot, so I'm not worried about it. But family, also let me know if you want if you're curious about health stuff. Hey, daily events, you deleted a lot of your messages up there. I thought you had some questions and comments, but they're on now. That's all right. Yeah, just put a question in the chat, fam. Otherwise, we will be back tomorrow. And thank you for my moderators. Gwendolyn, you did a fantastic job requesting thumbs up. Please like, subscribe, share, thumbs up, family, and order that calendar. And it is a virtual calendar. Excuse me. It is a virtual calendar. Do not be expecting a book, okay? And I still am praying that I can make it into an app, because it would really be nice to just have an app that prompts you for everything. I've just been dreaming about that for so long. Poochna, that Melech Ark deal, else why did Uzziah die? Just for trying to stop it from falling? Don't make sense. Yeah, so Poochna, that's why I wrote that comment about the Ark. I was listening to Mel Gibson and on, what's that guy, Joe Rogan? I'm always like Rogaine hair. This is like back in the day, they used to have this stuff that they would put on their hair called Rogaine to make it grow, and then he's got no hair. Just like, it confuses me. Anyway, Mel Gibson was on there and he was talking about, you know, they were saying the Ethiopians had the Ark, and, you know, such a Catholic point of view they have. And they were like, and yeah, and people get radiation and weird, their eyes turn cataracts. And it's just like, and he's like, I think it may have something to do with the construction of the Ark. And it's like, the reason why Uzziah was killed by that Ark was A, because he wasn't a Levite and wasn't hadn't purified himself to carry it. They looked for physical strength instead of this spiritual righteousness before Yah and obedience to Torah, right? So when Uzziah tried to stop the ark from falling, he was destroyed because he wasn't a priest, so that was out of order, and he didn't do all the cleansing rituals to be authorized to carry it, to go into the presence of Yah, although he might have been, a righteous man in every other way. He didn't obey Yah. So anyway, all of that to say, once the Ruach HaKodesh left that ark, it was no longer, I'm going to strike out and kill you for coming near me without permission. So, it's just so odd listening to somebody like Mel Gibson, because it's like, I just was listening to him going, dude, how about you read the Bible? It's like, how about you just read it? Like, there's a portion where it says how the priests have to prepare themselves. And, Uzziah died because he wasn't a priest. He wasn't set apart to perform that task. He didn't purify himself. And of course, the curtain was rent because the Holy Spirit left the ark. The Holy Spirit is Yah, or an aspect of Yah, or a teaspoon of him in the ark, basically. And so he has to break out and kill someone who tries to go into his presence, because unless you have Yahushua HaMashiach and the Spirit in you, you can't go into the presence of Yah, right? So I will email you questions, Rachel. I don't want to be rebuked again. You guys, I hate rebuking people. I'm just like, oh my gosh. I'm sorry if I come off that way. I just am, the trolls, and it all starts looking the same to me after a while, which is not discerning of me. I need to be a little more patient, but I'm sorry if I rebuked people in a bad tone. But if I did in righteousness, I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings, even though I probably meant what I said. But yeah, you've talked to me before. Now, this is Jim Newcharter. You're the one who believes in the 1,000-year reign, Jim. I'm sorry, but you're not. In all honesty, you got to ask yourself a question: how could you be a true believer in Mashiach if you think the 1,000-year reign has been going on while the true seed of Israel has been being destroyed simultaneously? I mean, Jim, I'm sorry, but that is just such a perverted doctrine. And I said, please do not come on here again with that doctrine. So you're right. I'm going to have to block you if you bring it up again. And I said that last time, and I don't need any information from you, because that idea is just BS crazy. It's like, so it's not you, but it doesn't even make any sense. It's so crazy. It's just insane. So I don't even, you're right. Don't bring it up here, and don't email me. And I'm going to say to you, don't deal with that until you've gotten over it, because it just doesn't make any sense. And I don't want anyone else exposed to it. A lot of people in Israel, including myself, have had traumatic experiences where just to survive, you've been forced to believe some things, or maybe something happened to you. But regardless, it's just that millennial. We're in the millennial. It's like saying, actually what's happening right now is over 500,000 children are being trafficked. Over 8 million people have unalived in the Congo since 1996. And that, I'm sure it's 1 billion of the descendants of Israel were unalived in the last 1,000 years to 2,000 years. So for you to think that that's the millennial reign is just absolutely insane. I don't want you to. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to. I'm blocking you. I already gave you enough warnings. I was nice, so I'm blocking you. Isn't that just crazy, though? Oh my gosh, you guys! That guy. I just blocked him. He puts out. Oh, link Joseph and Asnas. Thank you, Puchna. That guy believes that all that happened and we're in the 1,000-year reign and the Messiah's on the throne. Satan's on the throne and you're worshiping Satan if you believe that. That guy has a demon. Yeah, rebuke that in the name of Yahushua. Rebuke that demon. So yeah, I don't see any questions, guys. So we will be back. And thank you, Puchna. Love you. That's so great. So we'll be back tomorrow. I'm not sure what time, but I'll come on. I'm just kind of listening to the studies and organizing my notes. It's going to be pretty exciting. We'll deal with, I want to give you guys, the Brazilian barbecue. So I like to cook up a big meal. I like 7 courses or 8. So, I want to bring in the giants. I want to bring in the angels from the Euphrates. I want to bring in the invasion of Babylon. What has happened before will happen again. And I want to define these 4 kingdoms that came out of Rome, like that came out of Alexander the Great, and in turn came out of Rome to make the final kingdom. So I want to clearly define those. So, we know where we're at. But I hope this study helped you, fam. I love you so much. I really enjoy spending time with you guys online. And I'm always like in the word and I'm always learning so much and I just love it. But sometimes it's hard for me to just even work. It's just like, oh my gosh. Like this morning I had to just pray. I said, yeah, I need your help. I need you to do it because I can't do it. I'm like, it's just too much. It's like I'm in a room full of, like I'm in a stadium full of gold and jewels and diamonds. And I'm like, I don't know what to do with this. I know what I want to do, but it's so far away from what's sitting in front of me. So I'm going to just keep pushing that study till I do it. But in the meantime, I may just do one on, do the one that's a couple of the studies that are already up on my website as blogs and fill in a little bit more of that for you, because I have to lay all these foundations so that you get the understanding. And so that's why I do these kind of lengthy studies. But anyway, love you all. Baruch atah. May Yah bless you and keep you and cause his face to shine on you. May he be gracious with the light of his countenance and give you shalom. Let me see if I can play my outro. How do I play my outro? I don't know. What do I do? No, it says play outro. I don't know how to play it. But anyway, you already heard it. Go to intoaltruth.net, family, to get yourself a calendar. And it'll be a couple of months before the new one comes out. You'll be getting the old one. But obviously, if you buy it, in 6 months before the new one comes out, then I give you access to the member page, and then you can just download the new one. All right. So shalom, fam. And yeah, let me just see how I can play my outro. How do I play my outro? Play my outro. Oh, I'm so glad that TikTok is back. I knew they were going to be back because what's his name was going to the inauguration. Oh, wait. Anyway, fam, thanks again. Thanks to my wonderful moderators. I really appreciate you being here. Love you all in Yahuwah. Baruch atah. Bye. Yahuwah. Thank you for watching. Thanks for your donations. Please like, subscribe, and share, or go to intoalltruth.net to get our appointed times calendar so you can keep the appointed times at the right time.
Let all of Yasharah, Yisrael, who love, worship, and praise Yahweh, give him thanks by saying hallelujah.